the end of the world, you would be amazed by the diverse perspectives that challenge norms and call for a reimagining society, one that values all bodies and minds. My experiences learning about disability as a disability studies minor at Rutgers-Newark had a profound impact on how I view my disabilities and disability as a whole. As a student in the Incarcerating Disability and Education class during the spring of my junior year, I learned how ableism and carceral logics intersect to marginalize disabled people in educational settings, especially disabled individuals with other marginalized identities, such as race, gender, class, religion, and orientation. My current disability studies class teaches me how to view disability as another political identity, one that constantly intersects with other systems of power, such as race, gender, sexuality, and class. To me, liberating disability means more about caring about every issue. Whether we like it or not, our oppressions are intertwined. Disability itself does not exist in the vacuum. Liberating disability is ending white supremacy. It is ending war, genocide, capitalism, imperialism, slavery, and so much more. It means to speak out against many college administrations, including our own, when they give donor money to fund genocide against disabled Palestinians instead of supporting their educational institutions, making them more accessible and affordable for current future students. Some people will say, stop protesting and stay in class. Geez, guys, like, I think that's the point. Like, isn't that the point of our education? Like, applying it to real world scenarios? It's almost like they missed the point. It means bringing awareness to how disabled people are exploited in the real world. For example, in Sudan and the Congo, big corporations that produce computers and cell phones exploit people, and the harsh working conditions contribute to preventable health-related disabilities. Right in America, we need to hold companies in Georgia accountable for spreading toxic chemicals in predominantly Black areas. Their actions also led to negative impacts for the health of citizens. It means holding our governments responsible for funding war and genocide instead of giving those financial resources to support citizens, including the disabled who are in life and death crises. Most recently, in Tennessee, low-income workers were forced to work during Hurricane Helene and not given enough time to evacuate while their CEO sneaks away in the shadows. Research from the National Disability Institute tells us that people with disabilities are disproportionately represented among low-income workers. In the great words of Fannie Lou Hamer, nobody's free until everybody's free. What do you want your story to be regarding liberating disability? Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah and buenos dias. My name is Talib Chariez. I'm with the New Jersey Scholarship and Transformative Education in Prisons Initiative Senior Program Coordinator. I am a Latino, Afro Puerto Rican. I have waves in my hair. I rock a waves in my hairstyle. I have a graying beard that's signifying wisdom and stress. I'm wearing a blue long gown. That's a traditional garment from the Islamic culture that came out of West Africa. It's known as a thawb. I have blue jeans on. They're Levi's. I don't wash them much to preserve water. I also have on a pair of sneakers that are Pumas. And it's an honor to be able to stand before all of you today to convey a message that comes from the inside. And when I'm speaking about the inside, I'm speaking about the inside of our human experience, as well as the inside that exists behind prison walls, the ones that are physical and the ones that ableism constructs around our lives. At the beginning of every disability studies course taught through Rutgers University in partnership with NJ STEP, students begin by reading various stories about how the world's interdependent, connected, and increasingly expansive. The scholars in this semester's course at Northern State Prison, located right here in Newark, New Jersey, picked the following story to be read at today's convening. Our series today is dedicated to the work and activism of our colleagues in NJ-STEP who have contributed their genius to disability justice efforts here at Rutgers for the benefit of our entire community. So my fellow people, I ask you, as someone who came from that space, having grown up in prison my very self from the years of 15 to 41 years of age, to not view this as an academic excursion to just understand, but rather to potentially overstand that we definitely do have a lot of work to do. So I'm conveying to you the words of my brothers, and that's how I view them, because I have shared most of my life with them, more so than I spent with the world out here. So these words have significant meaning, so bear with me. Two waves, a big wave and a little wave, were floating in the ocean. The little wave looked up and saw that the big wave was weeping. "Why are you crying?" she asked her friend. "Oh, you are such a small wave that you can't see what I see. I can see over the heads of our brother and sister waves all the way into the shore. All of us are dying as we hit the shore." "Oh," said the little wave, "you don't have to cry about that." The big wave said, "If you were able to see what I see, you would cry too." "No, really," said the little wave. "If you want, I could teach you something that would allay your fears." "How much will it cost?" asked the big wave. "Why, nothing," said the little wave with genuine surprise in her voice. "Oh, I know," said the big wave. "You're going to tell me that I have to stand on my head for 30 years, or sit with my legs crossed and not move for a week." "Why would you do that?" asked the little wave. "That would be ridiculous." "You mean it won't cost anything and I don't have to do all those strange practices? All right, what's the catch?" The little wave thought for a moment and said, "Well, there's only one small catch. You have to be quiet long enough for me to say 6 words." "That's all," said the big wave. He thought to himself that whatever the little wave told him would be free and he wouldn't have to do many lifetimes of esoteric practices. So he finally said, "I can be quiet for that long. Go ahead." The little wave then told the big wave, "You're not a wave, you're water." I still receive calls from many of my friends and brothers who are on the inside. And they all share with me a similar story. Is that they weren't seen when they were children, and the walls that are erected around that prison prevent you from seeing them as human. This is what the work we are trying to do here at Rutgers, Newark, and beyond, is to finally get past the division that exists in this world that causes us to see each other as looming threats to existing with each other. The harm that exists in this world is because we consistently see each other as something to be studied, something to be regulated, something to be surveilled, as opposed to being seen, as these brothers have articulately chosen to say, as water. I hope you stay with us for the entire day. Thank you.
Congratulations to Maite Green Mercado, Lauren Shalish, and to everyone who's a part of this. Congratulations to Maite Green Mercado, Lauren Shalish, and to everyone who's a part of this incredible lecture series. The theme of this series brings to mind an African proverb: when the lion tells his story, the hunter will not be a hero. This series is a reminder that narrative matters. The series is as much as an exploration of the power of narratives as it is an interrogation of the narratives of the powerful. How and where we're positioned in our world shapes the experiences that we have and our perspectives. We're reminded that there's no single reality, and we must work furiously against elevating any single story. It's important to also keep in mind that behavior is also narrative, and the juxtaposition between what we profess with our mouths and how we act in the real world is central to the story of who we are. As novelist and activist James Baldwin once said, "I can't believe what you say because I see what you do." In the end, where we are in the evolution of our own humanity is revealed not just by what we say, but by what we do. As a nation, we've always legislated the stories that can be told. What we see happening across our nation today is not new. Power brokers across our nation are certainly back to insisting that we cannot tell factual histories. Indeed, if we lean into the proverb that we just talked about, the message that is being advanced is that we can only tell stories that elevate hunters, that do not hurt the feelings of hunters and those who wish to valorize them. We must tell stories about the dangers they feel, the courage they mustered, the heroism for which they must be lauded. We have over time created entire industries and narrative enterprises that reify hunters and the facade of heroism that they're shrouded in. Those industries and enterprises depend on convincing everyone that lions are a menace. They are the problem. Through explicit images or subtle turns of phrase or the erasure of facts, we learn to forget the slippery reality that lions were at rest when they were accosted, that they are not the problem. In her 1993 Nobel lecture, author Toni Morrison spoke of, and I quote, "language that thwarts the intellect, stalls conscience, suppresses human potential. Unreceptive to interrogation, it cannot form or tolerate new ideas, shape other thoughts, tell another story, or fill baffling silences," end quote. Toni Morrison talks of language that is dumb, predatory, sentimental, exciting reverence in school children and providing shelter for despots, summoning false memories of stability and harmony among the public. Those are Toni Morrison's words. This is the kind of language that chips away at the humanity of others, the kind of language that wallows in assumptions and that talks about but doesn't make room for. It is a kind of language that erases and pretends that it doesn't know that people are missing. This Sawyer lecture is important and it's necessary because it's a reminder that when we develop the moral courage to be honest, the stories that we tell actually have the power to repair injustice and to restore us to a more whole way of being. When we're more mature in our humanity, we can recognize who has not yet been to the microphone. When we are more evolved, we can hear and fully embrace stories, including stories that complicate or dismantle our peace. We can do more than talk about justice. We can actually be just. I'm sorry that I cannot be there with you today for the opening lecture of the Sawyer series, although I am also very excited to be present for the remainder of the events. I do, however, look forward to this series as an opportunity to hear disruptive narratives and to make sure that we can all be present for the stories of the lion. Congratulations, and let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joel Negron, and I am a carceral consequence. As my brother and my friend Talib just spoke, I too am formerly incarcerated. I'm also a Latino, Puerto Rican, and I'm bald. That's why you normally see me wearing a baseball cap. I also too have a beard with gray hair, which is not of wisdom, but of old age. I'm wearing gray today because it's a light color and it's a hot day. Today, I get the honor and the privilege to present Keah Brown. Keah Brown is an award-winning journalist, author, studying actress, and screenwriter. She is the recipient of Ulta Beauty's Muse 100 Award, which is a celebration of 100 inspirational voices around beauty. She is one of the Roots 100 most influential African Americans of 2018. Keah is the creator of the viral hashtag #DisabledandQ. Her work on disability, identity, and pop culture has appeared in Town and Country magazine, Teen Vogue, Elle, the LA Times, Marie Claire UK, and the New York Times, among other publications. Her essay collection, The Pretty One, picture book, Sam's Superseats, and a young adult novel titled The Secret Summer Promise are out now. Please help me welcome Keah Brown.
Hi everyone, that's a really long word. That welcome here felt like yay bye. I was like, oh, okay. So I'm Keah Brown, and the day before I got here, I cried on the phone to my therapist. Being a person is really hard, and I wrote The Pretty One in 2019, and I was full of optimism and joy and excitement, and I was like, the world is my oyster. And so to get there, I'll take you back a little bit. So I was born with cerebral palsy, and cerebral palsy impacts the right side of my body, so I walk with a limp, I have bad motor skills on the right side of my body. I exist as a visibly disabled person who also has invisible disabilities, and I walk around in a world of people often staring at me like I belong in the zoo. And so I really struggled around my teenage years. I was very, very uncomfortable in my body, and I was so certain that in order for me to counteract what I assumed was going to be the negative thoughts and opinions of other people was to be mean to myself first, so that whatever they say could not impact me because I'd already said it to myself. Now the reality of that is 14, 15, 16, and so on, year old me just being mean to me, because I would say like, oh, you're so ugly, who could love you in a body like that? You're so, like, you make everybody uncomfortable. People are always asking you questions. You can't go into a Walmart without somebody being like, I don't know what's wrong with you, but I'm praying for you. When you're just trying to buy an Usher CD, you're like, listen, I came here to be with Usher, and you're ruining that for me. And so it was a lot of me having to put on for public, you know, put on for people who believed they needed to pray over me. I once had this guy, no idea who he was, obviously a stranger. He followed me around Target. And I said, can I help you? And he's like, what war were you in? I was like, a war? He was like, what war were you in? Because like, I also live, I was in, I don't know, Vietnam, I forget what it was. And I was like, I wasn't in a war. I'm just trying to buy toilet paper. Like, my guy, what can I do for you? But a lot of that stuff shaped me, because the second that I was able to go out in the world, both with my twin sister Leo, who is not disabled, and my mom, who is also not disabled, I really realized just how different I was from them. And instead of saying, oh, okay, I'm cool with my differences, and I totally understand that my body is a body of value, I turned it into me being the odd one out, and me being the ugly one. So the reason that I titled my first book, The Pretty One, is because I have a twin sister named Leah, who is gorgeous. Shout out to Leah, she's not here, but shout out to her anyway. And she was always referred to as the pretty one of us, right? And I took that to mean that I was the ugly one. There was always people being like, hey, can you put in a good word for your sister? Can you tell her I said hi? You know, is your sister seeing anyone? And I was like, why is no one asking me that? Why are we in these like hallways with these horrible lighting? And I'm like, why is no one asking me to prom so I can dance under some paper mache weird thing that some kid in biology, 3rd period made? And I just really internalized this feeling of worthlessness. So I stayed that way, honestly, through college. And then I realized, like, I have so many stories to tell, and I don't know if anybody will read them, but I wanted to tell them. And so I started writing professionally just about my feelings about disability, what it looks like to live in my body in about 2015. Then I had a hashtag go viral, disabled and cute, and that was really because I spent months around Christmas 2016 really pouring into myself and saying 4 things that I like about myself every day in the mirror. It was weird at first. I would go into the mirror, you know, sleep around my eyes, probably some sleep by my lips, and I'd say, hey Keah, today I like your eyebrows, and your nose, and your smile, and I like that you have great taste in music. And then the next day I'd say, hey Keah, today I like your shoulders and your boobs, and I like the way you laugh, and I like that you show up for your friends. It was always 3 physical things, and then 1 non-physical thing just for the vibes. And I said it every single day and night in front of the mirror. Sometimes silently, because I didn't want my mom or my sister to hear me, and sometimes out loud when they weren't home. And it really allowed me to see value in my body and in the stories I was telling. So I went from sort of a woe is me, disability is so hard vibe in my writing to like, this is my lived experience, and here are these other things about me that hold value. But in February 2017, I was like, I feel good, you know, I'm waking up every day excited to be alive instead of being like, oh, I have to prepare myself for the onslaught of hatred from others. And I said, you know what, I want to share this. So I got on Twitter before it was called X, and it went to, you know, the dogs. And I will never call it X, I'm sorry, I don't care. We hate Elon Musk. But when Twitter was still good, I shared 4 pictures of myself, and I said, hey, you know, like, this is a call out for all my disabled people, like, you know, share your pictures, remember that you can be both disabled and cute. And as a journalist, I'm always on deadline. So I immediately hopped off Twitter and went to do the article that I was assigned. And then by the end of the week, we were viral. And then the end of the next week, we were global. So they were talking about me in languages I can't speak. So I had to like ask my friends, my friend who is really good at French. I was like, translate this for me. They're not like making fun of me. She's like, no, this is a national news broadcast. I promise you're good. I was like, just checking. And it was really just to celebrate finally feeling good and comfortable in my body. And it wasn't in service of anyone else. I wasn't trying to get some guy to like me or some girl to wink at me. It was me literally just being like, hey, this feels good. I'm gonna go with it whether you believe it or not. And so after the hashtag went viral, I was in all these magazines that I was like always admiring and always seeing these gorgeous models and thinking, I'll never be among them. And then I found myself in these interviews and people taking pictures, and I'm like so used to being the person asking questions. And I was like, this feels weird. Am I supposed to be doing this? Like, are you sure you want a picture of me? And they'd be like, yeah, we do. I'm like, with my sister, right? They're like, no, just you. Like, and I did a spot on the Today Show after my first book came out. And I was like, you want my sister in this? And they were like, no, your sister didn't write a book. And I was like, oh, okay. Again, Leah, I love you. This is no shade to Leah. But I was just sort of like, always convinced that the other shoe was gonna drop, and it was that, oh no, we don't actually want you. We just want the person that we think is prettier than you. And so with this newfound confidence, I wrote my first essay collection, The Pretty One, and I talk in it all about, you know, people's preconceived notions about what disability is, and also who is disabled. You know, the face of disability to this day is still very white. And so when we think about disability, we're often thinking about a white man who is a wheelchair user, and he hates himself because some able-bodied girl is not interested in him. You know, she won't take him to prom or help him lose his virginity. And oftentimes when I come to speaking gigs like this, I'm like, hey, I'm also disabled, even though I'm not a white guy in a wheelchair with a crush on some girl who doesn't actually like him. And people, you know, giggle or they roll their eyes or whatever. But I think it's really important for us to expand the way we see disability and who disability impacts. And so that's why I'm so excited to be here, because I'm often always telling people, like, yes, I am disabled, but I'm also Black, and I'm also queer, and I'm all things at once. I cannot divorce one thing from myself to appease another group. And so when I go into every room that I enter, I say to myself, you belong in every room you enter, otherwise you wouldn't be there. You know, we really operate under a feeling of imposter syndrome, I feel like, as marginalized people. And what I've learned is that even if I feel for like a moment that I don't belong where I am, I just think about all the people that came before me and all the ways that they had to fight to get to their moment so that I could get to this one. And I tell myself, listen, there's a lot of mediocre people in the world. And they're in a lot of positions of power, and they never question, do I belong here? Like, do I have the credentials? So I won't either, you know? So if you see me at NASA, right, and you're like, Keah's not good at math, don't say anything, they don't need to know that. That's not their business, you know? If you see me pretending to be a real big fan of like a sport or like bird watching, yeah, you'd be like, yeah, that makes total sense. She's supposed to be there. Does she know any of the names of the birds? No, but she's supposed to be there. Like, I really am always telling people, just show up. Even if you don't feel like you have the qualifications, just try, because there's always some mediocre person who's like, yeah, I deserve to be here. I don't know what I'm doing, but I deserve to be here. Like, go with that energy, because that energy will allow you in so many rooms and around so many people that you will learn from along the way. And I just feel like the way that I tell stories, with the pretty one and with my picture book and with my very queer YA, they're all available now, it's just that we deserve to see ourselves fully represented, and we deserve to live in a world of equity and kindness. And I really think that accessibility benefits everyone, whether you're disabled or not. And so I'm always, always, always pushing for schools and buildings and like organizations to think about the fact that universal design positively impacts everybody. So there should be more super long ramps, and there should be more elevators that work and more places of, like, you know, parking lots. I always talk about parking lots because I live in a place where there's a bunch. And so whenever I travel to like bigger cities, I'm like, oh, there's no parking lot. Like, a parking lot would slap right now because I don't want to cross the street to get to a car. But I just think that like being here has really reminded me that my work and my voice and who I am as a person holds value. And it doesn't start and stop with disability. Disability is just a part of who I am, right? I am a super fan of cheesecake and pizza and Paramore and Drew Barrymore and Mandy Moore. I call it the House of Moore, actually. And I'm a person who loves rom-coms and hates anchovies and pretends to be allergic to pickles. And I'm a person who is fully realized, and I think once we start telling more stories of disabled people who exist outside of what we believe disability to be, the better off the community and the people who surround it will be. I'm really glad that all of you are here and all of you are listening to these stories and these realities of people who, you know, you might interact with every day, but you also might not. It is really important to use your voice and your positions of privilege, if you have any, to uplift the voices of those of us who don't. Don't think that you need to share the mic. Don't just take the mic and speak for us. We have our own voices. We just need the platform. And I'm trying to think, is there anything else I want to hit on before we do a Q&A? I love a Q&A, by the way, so please ask me questions. Otherwise, I'll just sit up here like, hey, I'm waiting. Basically, actually, what I want to close out with is each and every one of us has a story worth telling, and there is somebody eager to read your story and hear your story only the way that you can tell it. So even when you feel like, I don't know how to do it this way or that way, just do it the way that you know how, and remember that who you are as you are is enough, and that you can tell any story you want, and I'm sure somebody's going to, find joy in it and find excitement in it. And even though life is really hard right now, we're heading into an election season, which feels like it's been going on for 1 billion years. Try to find joy in the midst of it, and remember that you have stories and values and ideas and thoughts that are worth sharing with the world. Thank you. Now, does anybody have any questions? Let's chat. Anyone?
I mean, it's not necessarily a question, more of a comment. Like, I also love Paramore and live alternative music.
Taste, okay? Paramore's the best band in the world. Somebody told me Williams I said so.
Yeah, but also just like.
Can you hold this too for
Oh,
streaming?
okay. All right. And also just in terms of just like, because we were just talking about this earlier before talked, like just in terms of community, is there any advice you would want to give to like my generation, like, or people like coming behind me? Like, how do because honestly, I want to be able to do what you do, just make it a little less terrible for the next disabled Black girl that comes along.
Absolutely, that's great. I mean, I think my biggest piece of advice is to you can find community online. I think a lot of times we are like, oh my God, no, it has to be in person, and it has to be X, Y, and Z, and those things are lovely, but I found my first set of community online, and I really just allowed myself to be myself so that when I showed up, people knew what it was, And so just being yourself and showing up for yourself will allow you to be able to do that work for the people coming behind you.
Yeah, that's really great. And because even sometimes in terms of like academic research, like I find professors who are doing similar research on Twitter, and it's like, oh, it's great. I also refuse to call it X. Like I will never call Twitter X.
Absolutely
like,
not.
I still call it Twitter.
Because that's what it is,
Yeah,
and it's still a dumpster fire. So it's like it's not even worth saying X.
Like it's
Disgust me. Okay.
Most people still say Twitter. Like my generation, like we still call it Twitter. It's like it's not X, it's Twitter.
Yeah. Agreed. Anyone else?
Hi.
Hi.
First, thank you. Thank you for being here, for sharing your story, and for inspiring us, I think. I wanted to follow up on something that you said right at the end there, just about it being a tough time, the election season, with things that are going on in the world. I mean, one could say it's always a tough time, but I would love to hear, especially because you do so much on the internet and there's so much information, what are the ways that you recharge or find joy or are able to sustain yourself given all of the things that are going on in the world?
I want to start by saying that your glasses look amazing on you.
Oh, thank you.
Let's just start there. I do a lot of, in order for me to recharge, I get off the internet. I'm constantly listening to music, texting my friends memes. I'm doing a lot of I've started journaling, which is really funny because what happens is I get really into it and then forget entirely that that's what I was supposed to be doing. I got into women's basketball this year, so that's been really fun. Shout out to the Liberty, we won, period. Yes, exactly. The Lynx were happy to be mad about it, they'll be fine, there's always next year. I got really into WNBA basketball. I was watching the games and looking at highlights and choosing favorite players. I was locked and loaded. So that really helped me, to really find joy. But also a lot of what I do is just remember that the internet and any place that I enter doesn't have to be something that I don't want it to be, right? So oftentimes when it's like a hellscape on the internet, because we are in such trying times, you know, we're in the midst of a genocide, an ongoing pandemic, the election season. I remember, like, I can go on here and post about the House of Moore and dip. I don't have to do the heavy lifting of, like, educating everybody who asks. Because that's a lot of it. It's a lot of people being like, explain your humanity to me. And me being like, no. Or, yeah, as soon as you Venmo me $500, absolutely. You want me to explain why I deserve to exist in the world? Venmo me first. I had a lady tell me once, it was right after I was on the Today Show for the Pretty One, she was like, I just want you to know. In an email, she goes, I just want you to know. I don't know how she sounded, but it's sorry, picture it. She's like, I just want you to know. I started on the Today Show, and I was so excited for the Pretty One to be about a disability rallying cry. And you talked about being Black too much. So I burned your book. Wow. And so I emailed her back, and I said, thank you for the purchase, smiley face. Because you already bought it, babe. There's really nothing you could, you already bought it. Use it as a doorstop for all I care, but you already bought it. Crickets after that. And then I had an email from another lady who was like really pissed off about how many times I mentioned cheesecake in the book. 3 times, mind you, I counted. She was like, why are you talking about cheesecake so much? I was like, because I can. Like, it's delicious, exactly. And so basically, TLDR, what I do to unplug is literally get off the internet. Or, you know, I'll have conversations with my friends on the internet about something that's so inconsequential, like the chicken shop date between Andrew Garfield and Emilio de Moldenberg. If you've seen it, it was a masterpiece. I love people who can flirt. As a person who can flirt, it's a lost art form. It's a lost art form. Excuse me. But yeah, it's really just allowing myself to remember that joy is just as important as despair, and there's a lot of despair. So I'm always searching for those little pockets. Anyone else? No questions about my favorite color? What's my favorite Paramore song? What's my favorite Drew Barrymore movie? You know, these.
Did you see the new Tyler, the Creator album?
Not yet. It's on my list.
In your book, the Pretty One, you said that you don't have favorite children.
Yes.
But now that you have more books, do you have a favorite child?
Oh, absolutely. I was just talking. I was just yapping. No, I love The Secrets of a Promise. I love the other 2. Don't get me wrong, but The Secrets of a Promise is my most recent book, and I'm obsessed with it. Like, I read it back like I didn't write it. Like, the second the audiobook came out, and they sent it to me, I listened to it like I did not know what was going to happen. I love that book. I love them all, but absolutely, I have favorites.
Hello.
Hi, jean jacket. I love a jean jacket.
As an author, is there a book that you read that changed your life?
Oh, absolutely, so many. The book that made me want to be a writer is Dear Mr. Henshaw by Beverly Cleary. So that was immediate. I love that book. I read it in the 4th grade and I reread it every year. Roxane Gay is just brilliant, and I love her, and I'm always like, Roxane, I can't believe we're friends, and she's like, chill. But very kindly, she's wonderful. So I read her work, and it always like shifts the way that I think and see myself. I am a child of Sarah Dessen, so I read a lot of her work, and it shifts things for me. But I also have found lately that I really, really enjoy a good memoir. So reading Viola Davis's memoir really allowed me to be like, oh, this is how you can, play the genre, and how you can tell stories in a really raw and beautiful way and still get across the point you're trying to get across without super flowery language, because I'm not a flowery language kind of author. I want to be, but I'm not. So you just gotta, stick with what you know. But yeah, there's tons of books. I'm always learning from other people, which is really nice. Mm-hmm. Hi.
Thank you so much for coming today. Do you have any advice for other disabled people who want to become authors, particularly memoirs?
Absolutely. So one of the first things that I always like to tell other disabled people is that you don't have to mind your trauma for a byline. A lot of my early work was me mining my trauma for a byline and just sort of being like, woe is me, it's so hard being disabled, I hate it here. And what I realized is that sort of work, while it holds what I feel like is minimal value, but value nonetheless, is it just gives society and people who read your work the excuse to belittle you and undermine you. So if you do it first, that's giving them the permission. You have to remember that, and as you know already, disability is not a monolith, right? So the story that you tell is not going to be the same story that I tell, or the next person, or whatever. And so as long as you approach your story from the stance of, this is my story, here's how it impacts the world I live in, and here's why it's a story of value, then you will be able to write the book of your dreams. But make sure that you are happy with the book first, and not just writing the thing in order to say, hey, I wrote a book. Because they follow you, Everything is truly forever. Like, we don't often think about it. We're like, oh yeah, a book, it'll come out, and 6 months later it'll be over. No, it's forever. And everything on the internet is also forever. So just be kind to yourself in the middle of trying to figure out what it is you want to tell story-wise.
How you doing?
Great, how are you?
My name is Leon. Here with Buckers. I originally came because there's food. I want to eat.
Real. No, that cookie was so good. I can't wait to finish it.
But once I got here, right, and I started hearing what you were talking about, right, it encouraged me, and I'm motivated to hear that, because I'm mentally disabled.
Mm-hmm.
We have our fragilities and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I want to be an author bad.
Yeah.
I really want to accomplish being an author. So there's a million questions I can ask you.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to really say that I'm motivated, encouraged.
I'm so glad.
And I'm happy I came to hear what you had to say.
I'm happy you came here too. Listen, it's always the biggest fear of mine is like one person shows up, but I promise, even if it was one person here, I'll give you a show. Like you just, you have to, what I always say, and like I said to the person over here, is just everybody has a story worth telling in a way that they're going to tell it, and there's going to be somebody who is eager to hear your story only the way that you can tell it. And so it might take a while, it might, feel like it's never going to happen, but as long as you keep pushing and you keep writing and you keep trying, it'll happen. Because I wrote so many bad things before I wrote anything worth being published. You gotta write the crap first. And especially too with drafts, I would say, your first draft is supposed to be horrible. That's what editors are for. You're supposed to write, like, your first draft can and should look like it's on fire. It's supposed to be bad, because then you take a second after you're done, you go back. You take some time away from it, you live your life, you listen to Paramore, and then you go back to the draft, you write another one, and that'll be slightly better. If you have to write another one, that'll be slightly better, and then you can send it off for it to exist. But I think the biggest hurdle that people have for writing books or articles or whatever is the writing. You just gotta start.
Well, thank you for teaching us how to take lemons and make lemonade.
I know that's right. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Keah.
Hi.
So I heard you mention UDL in your comments, and as an educational administrator who's just recently been introduced to UDL concepts, I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about your education experiences in school in a way that might help us.
Absolutely. So School. I had a really fantastic elementary school experience with regard to disability. I had teachers who were very in tune with the idea that like I needed extra things, like, you know, more time on tests, more like separate rooms so that I could concentrate. It wasn't until I got to like high school, and I've always struggled with math. Like math has always been, like if I have any enemies, it's math. Like if math has no haters left, I'm dead. So I've always struggled with math, and I've always needed extra time with math in separate rooms, and writing is where I've always prospered. And so I had teachers who understood that I could be good at one thing and then bad at math. And I had teachers who were like, if you're bad at math, you're not going to be anything great at life. And I always like come to these things and I'm like, I wish they could see me now. But yeah, I think it really, what's important for me that I would always share with educators is practice patience and realize that your students are different in the way that they learn and how they learn, and remember that, you know, you are really responsible for how these young people view themselves even later in life. Like, I've had things that my high school teachers have said to me at 33, it's still impacting how I see myself. Like I had a mass media teacher tell me flat out, it was like, you're not going to be anything in life. And I think about it to this day. So like my advice to you, because you seem lovely, is that just remember that your students learn so differently than, like your student James will not learn as the same as Jamal, and you know, Tisha will not learn the same as Brittany, etc. Like it's just about patience and realizing that sometimes the curriculum that you guys are given is very one size fits all, and you have to shift it in that regard, because there are a lot of people disabled and not just trying to make it through the day, and sometimes it's your class that they struggle most with, but that's not a failing on your part, it's just an understanding that they learn differently. And that answers your question. Anyone else?
Want to do the raffle?
Yeah, do the raffle. Oh, do the raffle, yeah.
There's another question. Oh, yes.
Oh, there's a question. Okay. Also, if you were wondering what my favorite Paramore song is, it's Last Hope from their self-titled album. But their best album is Brand New Lives, which I like to call their Fleetwood Mac album. And it's when they all hate each other and the vibes were off, but the music, woo! The music was on, slapped.
My name is Xavier K. Antoine Brown.
Hi.
I'm shadowing Dr. Robinson today. I go to Sciences-Newark High School in Newark.
Woo.
I know I'm shorter than everyone else in the room, so I figured the description might help clear that. I just wondered if you had any writing tips, possibly, because I am hoping to be a writer of creative fiction.
Ooh, first of all, I took a really good creative writing fiction class in college. Changed everything for me, and a creative nonfiction class. But one of my biggest tips is that don't believe the myth that you have to write every day. Just write when you can, and make sure that you're intentional about when you write. So whenever it is that you write, put your phone down. I like to listen to music, but like put your phone across the room, you know, with whale sounds or whatever it is you vibe with. Again, it's me and like Shock 40. So I like to sing along while I write, but just really be intentional about the time that you spend writing. I really like to do a free write, which is just you do 5 or 10 minutes writing whatever comes in your brain. You don't stop. You just keep typing. You don't think about what it is you're saying. You just write. So it's like, it could be like, the sky is blue. Ooh, I like the color yellow. Oh, this is so fun. Oh, I don't like this. This stuff. Just stream of consciousness, essentially. And that really helps my brain, like I brain dump all of my weird thoughts so that I can go into the thing that I want to do. But as long as you're intentional about your practice of writing, whatever it is that you write, the better off you'll be. That's my biggest advice to you. Also, just in order to write, you have to sit down and do it. Even if you can't do it every day, which I can, just like schedule-wise, just make sure that you're writing in order to be a writer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One more.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Aaron Willard, and I'm taking the class Disability Justice, which, I'm learning about terms like ableism and different things with Professor Al and Maura Armstrong. And we were having a discussion, and we were talking about how blacks have difficulties accepting their identity and identifying with disability.
Absolutely.
Did you have a struggle with accepting that identity as well, outside of being black, a black woman?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I should have written with that. Absolutely. I think one of the first things that I learned to love about myself was my black skin, right? We had Brandy and Cinderella, Whoopi Goldberg was the rapping, rhyming Mother Goose in the special that me and my sister ran through that VHS, We had Audra McDonald, we had all of these really cool black people to look up to, but when it came time for me to think about disability, I was like, I don't see anyone. And because I don't see anyone, then I feel like it's a thing I should be ashamed of. It's the thing that's different from everybody else in my family. It's this thing that no one else can relate to, so I feel like I never want to talk about it. I don't look directly at my hand. I was always pulling my right hand like in the sleeves of my sweatshirts, desperate to hide any ounce of disability, because all I understood was that I could love my blackness and my black skin, but there was no disability representation for me to then love as well. And so even now there isn't. So I guess I have to be my own representation in order to love myself, which I hope changes, I know that there are people doing great work, so I do hope that the people after me have much more representation as black disabled people than I do. You're welcome. Oh my god, I forgot about my description. Okay, so I'm wearing a really cute orangey, burnt orange sweater that I got from Marshall's, and I'm wearing these really cute black dress pants and these light tan brown boots and blue glasses. Oh, and really cute earrings that I got off of Instagram, because I'm constantly being influenced by the ads on Instagram. The way that Instagram and Royal Match get all my money is crazy work. But yeah, so that's my description. Oh, and my hair is black and shoulder length and wavy. Thank you.
Thank you, Keah. Hi, everyone. My name's Lauren.
Isn't she dressed so cute?
Oh, thank you. You're cuter.
So cute. Okay,
We're both cute today. I'm faculty in Urban Ed. Thank you for coming out. Visual description, a tall, red-haired woman in her mid-40s. If you hear us doing our visual descriptions, that's an accessibility practice that can be really helpful. So you'll hear that throughout the day. We're so grateful that you're here. Thank you for registering. Thank you for coming. Before we get to a short break, please continue to eat. We have a lot of food. I want to point out some of the tables that we have over here. We have a Source of Knowledge bookstore that will be helping with our book signing that will follow after the raffle. We have a table for the Disability Justice Coalition, a newly formed student group, and allies, so disabled students and allies. We would love to, you can get tattoos. Do we have tattoos? Oh, not today. Come back later. And then we have the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice here to center their work on reparations, the Say the Word campaign. We hope you'll take a moment to learn more about that. And please make sure that you get a free t-shirt as well during the break. And just a quick thank you, if you're enjoying the event, and you're having a really good day, and you love this setup and all the graphics, please thank, and if everyone could just wave where you are, but Dr. Maite Green Mercado, we have Ashley over here, our student workers, and Christina, who's, oh, she had to go, okay. But they've been part of the wonderful team that brought this all to fruition. And thank you to Talib and Brooke, and to Joey for the introductory remarks. So just to kick it off, we're going to do a raffle and then take a short break. So if you'll do the honors, we're raffling off Keah's books over here, and then she'll also do a book signing to follow. And we have other texts available for purchase as well.
Ooh, okay.
Are we doing 6 of these? 6?
6?
Okay, 6, yes.
So I pick 6 of them?
Yeah. You want to call it out?
Which, oh, just the number on the side? Okay. So the first winner is the raffle ticket number 388062.
Oh!
Yay! Okay. Our next winner is 388056. Yay!
You can just head over to Source of Knowledge to pick out your book. Oh, Ashley has them. I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh my God, guys, the anticipation. Our next winner is 388060. Yay! And next we have 388064. 4 is our favorite number. Yay! How many is that? Our next winner is 388069.
Is that, how many more? 2 more.
2 more? Okay. All right, come on down. 388065. Yay! Okay, last one.
Do we have more?
Do we have more?
There's 2 more. Oh, 2 more after this.
Okay, 2 more. Okay. 388061. Yay! I just want to know, I don't want to like.
This one and one more.
Okay. Our next winner is 388068. Yay! And our final winner is 388067.
Oh, Sammy!
Yay! Is that all of them?
Okay. Please enjoy the tables over here. Some more food. We'll get started again at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
Thanks. You were great.
Mama got, bro, I don't smoke. It's hard for people to believe that, right? Damn, son, you got locks and you don't smoke. No, bro, I don't smoke. Barely drink. That's a lot of water, excuse me. So in our education section, we came up with some recommendations. That we need some policy and systemic changes. I have another question for you. How many of you know that the Supreme Court of New Jersey is considering a case because New Jersey schools are so segregated, trying to figure out how for New Jersey schools to be more integrated? It is an imperative that we figure out a way for the resources that all children have in the state to make sure that no group is left behind, right? And so the Supreme Court has been deliberating this case for a long time. And so I hope that they will finally come with a resolution that's going to happen. Universal autism screening. New Jersey is one of the highest states in the country for autism. The autism spectrum, and I wish a friend of mine was here. Her name is Nadine Wright Akibaka. Nadine started an organization called the Science Place. She has 4 children, 3 daughters and 1 son. Her husband played football for the New York Jets. And so when his son was born, he was really excited about the fact he had a son. His son is 6'7", 300 pounds, on the autism spectrum and nonverbal. So they hosted an event in which they invited fathers to speak about what it was, how it is to live with a child and live in a circumstance where your children has a disability. 20 years later, he talked about how painful it was when he found that his son had autism. And so for families and individuals that are trying to work through these challenges, one of the things that I'm going to say it now, I'm going to say it at the end, we need some very competent mental health professionals, right? I mean, because within our community, sometimes the stigma of seeing someone that you have an issue that you need to talk with, a professional to help you get through it, there's a stigma that's attached to that. We need some competent mental health professionals of color who can help people overcome that. We also want to talk about we need some increased funding. How can we make sure that we have appropriate dollars? How many of you familiar with it? I'm blanking on the name now. When we had to sue the state in order to get additional funding for urban schools. The Abbott decision, right. So there are Abbott, what are called Abbott districts. Newark, Irvington, Patterson, I mean, all the districts where we live, where we don't have sufficient income. And so the state's supposed to give those school districts additional dollars to close the gap between the rich districts and the poor districts. But we need additional funding, right? I mean, so anybody's living in these stars now, if you've been reading in the paper, they had to lay off 97 staff members. They didn't have enough dollars to be able to keep all the staff that they needed for their school system. So they had to close schools down for several days to try to figure out how they're going to compensate for that. So our schools need more funding. Do any of you know what the IEP is? All right, bro. Well, wait, let me ask you something over here.
Individual educational plan?
Yes, it's an individual educational plan. And so for students that are in special ed, you're supposed to have an individual education plan. And sometimes schools follow it, sometimes they don't. Do families know, right? Do the families understand what's in the IEP? Can the families make sure that that the school is honoring the IEP? Those are some of the kind of questions that we need to make sure take place. I've been told I got to kind of speed it up. We have to fund cultural linguistic competencies, right? It's one of the things that, when you think about the multiple languages that are just in this room by itself, much less the districts where people are living, right? So you got Spanish, you got Islam, I mean, you got a lot of different ones, right? So we'll figure out a way to try to make sure that happens. So for those students who are in special ed, getting a job placement, an opportunity to go to a work site, to make sure that there are accommodations at the work site, to make sure that the people at the work site can give them the experience that they need in order to become employed. Because if we don't have individuals that are employed, then the options are not that bright, right? I mean, so having access to some kind of reasonable employment becomes important. I talked a little bit about the gap that we face with families. And so the last 2 points, talk about empowering parents, making sure that the parents have the resources that they need in order to be able, because it's hard to get around New Jersey without a car. New Jersey is some of the highest car insurance in the country, right? So between car insurance, car repairs, gas, right? Gas is crazy high now. You know, so you think about it, like, we got some real challenges. So for parents who don't have access to those things, and sometimes parents may also have a disability, right? So we have to be mindful of the fact that the parent may have a disability themselves, so their ability to be able to take care of their child is impacted. And you know the name Serena Williams? Who's Serena Williams? The GOAT, greatest of all time, tennis player. Do you know when she was having a child that she almost died? Yes. Right? Because the doctors don't listen to her. And so when we talk about having competent professionals, people who are going to listen to what is their patients are telling them, and because it is believed that black people can handle more pain, then when she asked them to give her what she needed, they refused until she finally demanded that they give it to her. And so this issue about mental and physical health and how we can make sure we have competent professionals who are really engaged and caring about what's going to happen to them is critical. Getting over these stigmas is critical. And so, Keah, am I saying your name right? Being black with a disability, so we're discriminated against because we're black. Discriminated against because you have a disability, even within our own community. And so when we planned the summit, it was for that reason. Because if you talk to the NAACP, the Urban League, the Divine Nine, all the black organizations, the issues of disability are low down on the list, right? Low down on the list. And so I don't know if Lauren has ever shared with all of you the article that she did about the correlation between special ed and incarceration. That is a serious issue, that the majority of black men who are incarcerated were in special ed. And so for all of the women in the room, in my classes, I would have 80% women and 20% men. And so for the black women in the room, you have a greater chance of marrying somebody who's graduated from Rawway Prison than you do from Rutgers University. Because black men are not attending college at the rate that we need them to. And I'm not in any way disparaging brothers who have been incarcerated. I have family members incarcerated right now. This is not something that I'm not familiar with. What they didn't say in my intro was that my mother introduced me to Malcolm X when I was very young. And so I became very culturally and politically aware at an early age. So if you've never read or listened to any Malcolm X speeches, you are missing a lot. You are missing a lot. Speaking of which, law enforcement. I want to come to the second point first. What is the root of mistrust? Do you know that the New Jersey State Police have been under a consent decree because of discrimination in the state police department? And so for black children today who live in Newark, East Orange, Irvington, Patterson, that go to a school that has a black principal, that goes to a school that has a black teacher, that goes to a school that has black security officers. It's kind of confusing to understand to understand certain issues because of the fact that everybody where you're living is black. Now, when you leave out of that community and go somewhere else, it's a whole different circumstance. But the mistrust between black people and law enforcement goes back hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Because the first police force was put in place to capture Africans who ran away from slavery. That's how the police started, right? And so when we look at what takes place, when you look at how many of you participated in protests when George Floyd was murdered, or Breonna Taylor was murdered, right? Those police killings have been the spark for many, 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 many protests for generations. That mistrust has been there. So we watch white people have altercations with police and live, and black people have altercations with police and die. That's where the mistrust starts. And it can happen with the white cop over the black cop. And so in the Tyree Nichols case, it was 5 black cops that killed him. And so the blue uniform transforms people into some behaviors that are just absolutely ridiculous. And so it's always something about training. But until there's some consequences for police for the stuff that they do, then this will not end, right? And so for all of you who are contemplating this upcoming election, your former president, I hate to say that this dude was a former president, has talked about complete immunity for police, that they would have no accountability for anything that they do. There are some people who are saying that the police should have accountability. They should lose their pensions. They should be incarcerated. Different things should happen to them when they abuse us, right? I've been racially profiled so many times I stopped counting. Cops walk up with their hands on their guns from the jump street. And so I have 4 children. It didn't say that in my intro. I'm a single dad. I have 4 children. One of my first lessons, when the cops stop you, do not argue, right? For any of you that have children, make sure you emphasize to them, we cannot win on the street. Can't win on the street. If we're going to win, it's got to be in court. Because if you argue on the street, that gives them license to beat you down and kill you. That's the sad reality. Still true. Despite all the protests, black mayors, black president, despite all of that, the number of killings by black people by police, even after George Floyd, is the same or has increased. So I want you to be clear. I want you to be real clear. I'm going to say 2 more things before I come off the stage. I've been mentioning all along that we need some black professionals. We do. But we need some black professionals who have some courage, who are culturally competent, who are prepared to challenge some of the existing systems that we live in. Because until those systems change, we're going to continue to see realities that we're faced with, right? There's a name that I hope that all of you, if you don't know, will know. Thelma Mothershed Ware. And so in your class or on your devices, I would ask you to go to YouTube and put in the Little Rock Nine. You know who the Little Rock Nine were? So in 1954, the Supreme Court passed the Brown versus Board of Ed decision, which meant the schools were supposed to be integrated. 70 years later, schools are still segregated. The Little Rock Nine in 1957 integrated Little Rock High School. When they first got there, white people surrounded the school with the police not to let the black students in. In order for them to get in, they had to be escorted by the National Guard, right? The name I just mentioned, Thelma, was one of the Little Rock Nine. And so young people have always been at the forefront of making change in our struggle. And so I hope that all of you will think about what are you going to contribute outside of your professional accomplishments. There was a demonstration here in Newark yesterday. It was the National Day to protest against police brutality. I'm sorry that Chancellor Robinson had to leave, right? Because there's going to be continued protests. There have been protests around the issues in Gaza. It was students on college campuses in this country that woke people up around the genocide taking place in Gaza. Young people have always been at the forefront of making change. And so I hope that when you think about your professional and your community responsibilities, that you will make a decision that you're going to be the change agents. Change is not going to happen. The work that we want to do in the disabilities field, what we want to do in the black community, what we want to do to help elevate poor people is not going to happen without people who are prepared to be change agents. Appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you so much. Introduce yourself. Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right.
Saved on the desktop.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda Jaeger. I'm a senior research analyst at the Cornwall Center. Full name is the Joseph C. Cornwall Center for Metropolitan Studies. I am a white woman, she, her pronouns. I have light brown hair that currently is going between like blonde and brown depending on where it is. I am wearing, I would say gray plaid pants. I'm wearing a pink shirt. I'm wearing a black cardigan, and I'm wearing some tan loafers. Tan family, representing. And I'm going to talk a little bit today about some research that we've been conducting at the Cornwall Center on Black experience with disability. It's a landscape analysis of New Jersey. Unfortunately, yeah, I can. Unfortunately, I might not be able to finish the whole presentation today, so we'll get through as much as we can. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to see me after. I'm more than happy to talk through everything. It's a lot of information that I'm going to be putting to you all at once, but it's really important stuff. So before we jump into it, I just want to say a little bit about the Cornwall Center. It was established in 2000, and it's been a signature component of Rutgers University Newark's commitment to be an anchor institution for this metropolitan area, Newark specifically. We sponsor research projects, publications, conferences, symposia, seminars, workshops, and we also incubate projects that translate research into effective practice. And our ultimate goal is to revitalize Newark and also similar communities in the region and state. I also want to say thank you to Bill and LeDerick, who are our funding partners for this research. What you're going to see today is just a snapshot of the report that we're putting together. We're going to focus, so our primary focus today is going to be on 3 functional areas: education, employment, and housing. And we really want to unpack the experiences of the Black community with disabilities in New Jersey. I want to say from the jump, though, a lot of what you're going to see today is going to make everything seem very monolithic. It's going to make it seem like Black people are all the same, that people with disabilities are all the same. Unfortunately, that's a limitation with the data we have. And that's a failing on us as a society to collect the kind of data we need to understand our communities better. So I'm going to present to you this information. That's the lens it's going to be coming from. It's good to have, but no, we have to do more to do better. Before we jump in, though, I want to talk about some of the definitions we're going to be, I want to define some of the terms we're going to be using today, because I'll be using these terms quite a lot. The first term, disability, it has 2 different definitions depending on the data source we're looking at. So if we're talking about most education data, when I'm talking about students with disabilities, what I really mean is a student who's receiving services under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act or Section 504. And due to data limitations, unfortunately, most of the school-based data that we have is going to focus on IDEA students. We have a little bit on 504, but not a whole lot. And anything that's not those specific education focus, what we're really talking about is someone who responded to the American Community Survey and reported for themselves or a family member in their household that they have a disability. And we'll talk about what those disabilities could potentially be in a later slide. Next, we're going to talk about race. As before, in the education data, when we're talking about race, we're talking about multiple classifications, specifically Black, white, and Hispanic Latino. In these data sources, you can assume that race is mutually exclusive. All students who are reported in these are considered to be Black and do not have another racial or ethnic identity. Conversely, if we're looking at some of the non-education data sources, race is not mutually exclusive. We're looking at the dichotomy of Black versus non-Black. You can assume that some respondents who consider themselves Black will consider themselves to be Hispanic or hold another racial identity at the same time. And unfortunately, due to sample size limitations, we can't always analyze outcomes by more granular racial categories. And lastly, a lot of the data we're looking at comes from the American Community Survey. Does everyone know what the American Community Survey is? Have you heard of it? It's a survey administered by the Census Bureau I'd say every year. It's about 1% of the population gets surveyed, and they put out a lot of data tables and data sets related to it. So we're using this survey, and it's not administered to everybody, so we expect our estimates will be reasonably close, but it won't exactly match the true population average. We've set a threshold that it has to be within 6 percentage points based on the census standard of 90% confidence level. And very, very importantly, our results are descriptive. Our comparisons aren't tested for statistical significance. So I threw a lot at you. I'm very sorry. Before we jump into some of these functional areas, though, I want to talk a little bit just about a population overview. So we want to look at who are New Jerseyans with disabilities, where are they living, and what types of disabilities do they report living with. So as you can see in this chart, I'm going to try to do visual descriptions of the charts in addition to talking through the data that's on here. So the chart that you see before you is from the American Community Survey data using 5-year estimates The data was collected between 2018 and 2022. You'll notice that whenever I'm talking about American Community Survey data, it's going to have a year range. That's because that's how the data is collected and reported. So the data we're looking at is between 2018 to 2022. We have a bubble chart that shows in the columns, it has different levels of geography. We have the state of New Jersey. We have state regions, north, central, south, and shore. And then we have counties below it. The blue bubbles represent those individuals who self-reported having one or multiple disabilities with in the American Community Survey. And the orange bubbles are those who did not report having a disability in the American Community Survey. So what we see from this is that slightly more Black New Jerseyans self-report disabilities than their Black peers. And you can see this specifically if you look at the New Jersey total, where 13% of Black New Jerseyans report having one or more disabilities, compared to 11% of New Jerseyans that are not Black. We also see that this varies by state, region, and county, however. So you can see that in Hudson and Middlesex County, about 9% of residents that live in those counties who are Black also report having a disability. And by comparison, that's 17% in Camden. So looking beyond just place, what are the kind of disabilities that people are reporting? So this is a chart, it looks similar, it has a similar structure to the chart you saw before. It's from the American Community Survey. We're looking now at two different year ranges. We're looking at the years 2009 to 2013, and also 2018 to 2022. You can see in the rows are a list of different disability types. These are the kinds of disabilities that are asked on the American Community Survey. So, do you have an ambulatory disability? Physical difficulty. Cognitive disability, hearing disability, independent living disability, self-care disability, and vision disability. The blue bars represent the proportion of Black individuals who have reported that they have a disability, and the orange bars represent the proportion that are not Black who reported having a disability. So what we see here is that more Black New Jerseyans with disabilities are reporting cognitive and vision disabilities than their non-Black peers. So in 2018 to 2022, that's 44% of Black New Jerseyans with a disability reporting having a cognitive disability versus 37% of non-Black. And then for vision disability, that's 21% of Black New Jerseyans with a disability versus 18% that are non-Black. And likewise, we see that fewer Black New Jerseyans with disabilities report hearing disabilities. And this is a pretty drastic difference. You can see 14% of Black New Jerseyans reported having a hearing disability, as opposed to 27% of non-Black. So taken together, the thing that we want to take away from this is that New Jerseyans with disabilities are not homogenous, and this variation needs to be considered when we're planning for any policy interventions. More Black New Jerseyans self-report disabilities than their non-Black peers, and the disabilities that they're reporting are different. Next, we're going to focus on education. The kind of questions we're going to ask are related to differential education experiences. How do classification rates, placement rates, suspension rates differ for Black students with disabilities? And then how do other outcomes like dropout rates and degree attainment differ by race? So what we're looking at first is we're looking at a map of New Jersey. And this map of New Jersey compares the total Black student enrollment, so what proportion of the total student enrollment in each county is Black, versus what percent of the total IDEA student enrollment in each county is Black. You can see that there's a heat map on the bottom, so as you go from 0% to 40%, the color grades from blue to orange. The farther you get to orange, the larger the concentration of Black population in that county. So what we can see is that historically, this is nationally and in New Jersey, Black students tend to be overrepresented in special education classrooms. I think all of us know this. This is a pretty common trend. And you can see this in 2011, 2012. The data we're looking at is from the Civil Rights Data Collection. And in 2011, 2012, about 16% of the total New Jersey student population was Black. By comparison, 19% of all students enrolled in IDEA and 504 were Black. So that's a pretty big difference. We have seen statewide progress in reducing these disproportionalities, however, and as of 2021, we see that the overall enrollment for Black students is 15%, and for IDEA and 504 enrollment, that is also 15%. So that's a great thing, that's what we want to see. We want to see those disproportionalities reducing. However, we still see disproportionalities by county though. So even though we're seeing some progress statewide, if we're looking at IDEA specifically, we still see Black students are overrepresented among IDEA populations in certain counties. For example, in Middlesex County, 10% of all of the students in Middlesex County were Black in 2020-2021, but 14% of all IDEA students were Black. And in Essex County, that's 33% and 37%. And in Hudson County, that's 11% and 15%. So next, we're gonna talk about placements. Now, best practice is you want students who have an IEP or students who are getting special education services to be placed in the least restrictive environment possible, which basically means you want students integrated with general education students as much as possible. So what we're looking at now is the extent to which Black students are placed in more restrictive environments than their white peers. So this map, similar to the map that you saw before, however, now we're looking at a different data source. So we're looking at the year 2022, and we're looking at New Jersey IDEA data. And it's looking at, of all placements for Black IDEA students, what percent are placed in a general education classroom for less than 40% of the day. And then it compares that to, for all white IDEA students, of all placements, what percent are put in a general education classroom for 40% of the day. It has the same heat map, goes from 0 to 37. As you get closer to orange, that's a higher concentration that is being placed in a more restrictive classroom environment. So what we're seeing is that Black IDEA students are disproportionately placed in more restrictive classroom environments than their white peers, and there are huge gaps across county. And you can see some of this yourself, but just to point out some of the largest. In Salem County, 22% of all Black IDEA students that have a placement are being placed in a regular classroom for less than 40% of the day, compared to 7% of their white peers. And in Mercer County, that's 29% and 7%. So those are huge differences. Next, we're going to look at disciplinary actions, but I'm going to focus specifically on suspensions because of the role suspension plays in the school to prison pipeline. So these maps, very similar to the maps you're looking at before. However, now what we're looking at is, for the first column, it says in school, it shows of all the disciplinary actions that a Black IDEA students received in those counties, what percent were in school suspensions, or what percent were out of school suspensions. So, taking Morris County as an example, we see that of all the Black students, Black IDEA students who received a disciplinary action in 2017-2018, 9% were given in-school suspensions. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. So, what we see is that there's variation in suspension application by state, region, and county. And if you focus on the difference between the North and the South, you can see some pretty large differences. So we'll take Morris County and in-school as another good example. Morris County, 9% for in-school suspensions. Compare that to Cumberland County, that's at 34%. That's a very large difference, and those are pretty consistent across northern and southern differences. However, across the board, suspensions given to Black IDEA students tend to be more severe and exclusionary, regardless of what part of the state you're in. So going back to Morris County, because it's the easiest example, we see that 9% of all disciplinary actions that were given were in-school suspensions. Compare that to the 12% that were 1 out-of-school suspension, or the 21% that were 2 or more out-of-school suspension. So as you can tell from the map, as you read the map, going sequentially, the numbers getting higher means that the suspensions are getting more severe and more exclusionary. And of note, in some counties, more than 50% of disciplinary actions for Black IDEA students were just 2 or more out-of-school suspensions. So in Burlington, 51% of all Black IDEA students who received a disciplinary action, it was 2 or more out-of-school suspensions, which is the most severe that's reported in this data set. And then Mercer County, that's 64%, and Union County, that's 59%. Okay. So now we're gonna look at, I know we're moving really fast, I'm very sorry, guys. So now we're gonna look at how students exit school. So we've looked at what happens in the classroom, the kind of classrooms they're placed in, the kind of discipline they receive in the classroom. Now we're gonna look at how they leave the classroom. So in this chart, it's broken down into 3 different rows. The first row is Black or African American students. The second row is Hispanic or Latino students. The third row is white students. And you can see 2 different lines. The blue line, share of IDEA dropouts, what it's showing you is of all IDEA students who dropped out, what proportion are that race ethnicity. So in this example, what proportion are Black? So for 2022, 33% of all students who were IDEA and Black and dropped out were Black. The orange line is trying to show us of all students who leave for any reason. So it could be they dropped out, it could be they received a diploma, it could be that they just exited the special education system, any reason. So for all IDEA students who left for any reason, the proportion that are also that race ethnicity. So in this example, in 2022, 21% of all students who left for any reason were Black. And what that tells us is that Black IDEA students disproportionately drop out more often than their white peers. And the reason we know that is that gap between the blue and the orange line. So when the blue line is higher than the orange line, students dropped out disproportionately more than they left for any other reason. So what happens when a student drops out? We have 18 to 24-year-olds, they exit high school for whatever reason. The next thing we look at is what happens to these students when they're 18 to 24 years old. Do they end up enrolling in any subsequent education, either going back to school for the degree that they didn't finish or maybe going to college? So this data is coming from the American Community Survey. You can see it's broken down by disability status, so disability, no disability. It's also broken down by race. We have Black and not Black. And you can see their little circles. It kind of looks like phases of the moon, right? Like phases of the moon. As the moons start to overlap, that means that the proportion is relatively even for students who are enrolled and who are not enrolled. So blue represents students who are enrolled in some sort of education. Orange means students who are not. And what we see here is that more Black youth with disabilities are not enrolled in school relative to their peers, and it really hasn't changed much over time. Specifically, we have 66% of youth with disabilities in 2018 to 2022 were not enrolled in any schooling, compared to their non-Black peers, which was 52%. So how does this persist into adulthood, right? So now we're looking at adults aged 25 to 54. So as before, this is broken down by disability status and by race. We also see a time component on it. The options that we have are less than high school, which is gray, high school, which is orange, some college, which is light blue, associate's degree or higher, which is a darker blue, and no data schooling, which is a dark gray. And those are that's the orders in which you see it on the charts. So what we see is in the last decade, more Black adults with disabilities are finishing high school and college, which is fantastic, right? We see in 2009 to 2013, about 21% of Black adults with disabilities did not even complete college, or not college, sorry, did not even complete high school. That rate has reduced to 14% as of 2018 to 2022, which is huge. Next, you can also see the change in who has received an associate's degree or higher. So in 2009 to 2013, that was about 15%, and that's increased to about 20%. However, more Black adults with disabilities are still stopping at high school relative to their peers. So if you pay attention to Black adults with disability in 2018 to 22, we have about 41% that stopped at their high school diploma, and that's compared to 34% of their non-Black peers with disabilities. And also importantly, fewer Black adults with disabilities who attend college are completing it. So if you focus on the light blue line, 22% of Black adults with disabilities are going to college, achieving some college, but not completing it, relative to their non-Black peers, which is at about 18%, but also relative to their peers who are actually getting a degree, right, which is 20%. So if you look at it, more Black adults with disabilities are starting college than are completing it.
Like 8 minutes.
8 minutes, okay. So, high-level education takeaways. Educational experiences are not equitable within the community with disabilities, and these impacts can follow individuals into adulthood. Black IDEA students receive disproportionately more restricted placements, more severe suspensions. They drop out disproportionately more often than their white peers. They're also less likely to be enrolled in school between the ages of 18 and 24, and they're also more likely to have lower levels of educational attainment than their non-Black peers with disabilities. So, what I'm going to do, because we have 8 minutes left, I'm going to jump straight to housing. There we go. Okay, so we'll make sure that everyone gets a link to the slides so you can see some of the data that would have been presented under employment. And also, see me after. I'm happy to talk to you guys about this. I love this, it's great. But I'm gonna jump to housing because I think housing has some of the more meaty outcomes that you guys would be more interested in. So, and things that you might not have seen before. So the questions we ask under housing: how does homeownership differ for New Jerseyans within disability status? And most importantly, how is cost burden distributed? So the first thing we're going to look at is homeownership specifically. Who owns their home within race and disability status? So as the chart you've seen before, it's broken down within disability status, so disability, no disability, within race, Black, not Black, and also across time. You can see the two options are rent, which is the orange bar, and own, which is the blue bar. Unlike their peers, Black heads of households with disabilities rent their home much more often than they own, right? We're looking at 67% of Black heads of households with disability renting their home in 2018 to 2022, as compared to 37% of their non-Black peers. That's a huge difference. And this is persistent by state, or this is persistent across the state in all of the different regions that we're looking at as well, right? By and large, more Black heads of households with disabilities rent their home across all state regions. The lowest proportion for the actual state regions themselves, the North, Central, South, and Shore, is 53% in the South, still greater than 50%, still the majority. And by county, the lowest proportion is 61% in Camden. And that's just the takeaway here. More Black heads of households with disabilities own their home in southern counties like Camden, but it's not by that much, right? By and large, across the state, these families are renting their homes. Well, what does that mean for how much they have to pay for their homes, right? That's the most important part of this puzzle. So what we're looking at here is a chart that shows the different cost burdens. And we'll define what cost burdens mean in a little bit. But it shows how much, basically, someone's income goes towards rent and utilities. So as before, broken down by disability status, disability, no disability, by race, Black, not Black, and within years. And the options are renter cost burden, which means someone spends between 30 to 49% of their household income, the entire household income, on rent and utilities, just rent and utilities. Severely renter cost burden, which is orange, which means spending 50% or more of your income on just rent and utilities, or not being renter cost burdened, which means you spend 29% or less. And I want to note that individuals who have no household income are automatically considered severely renter cost burden, because obviously if nothing is coming in, how are you paying for it, right? So what's interesting is that renter cost burden is relatively evenly distributed across Black and non-Black heads of households over time. We see some differences. It actually kind of looks like non-Black heads of households might have slightly worse experiences, but not by much. Differences are very minor. And we also see that most heads of households with disabilities are severely cost burdened, regardless of race, which means they're spending 50% or more of their income on rent and utilities. So for Black heads of households, that's 40%, and for not Black heads of households, that's 41%. However, I want to point out what we saw before. Black heads of households are renting their homes much more often than non-Black families. So even though this might seem like it's fairly, the burdens are fairly similar among renters, Black heads of households are renting much more often than non-Black. So it is, what ends up happening is this burden is unevenly distributed to the Black families that have to rent. So taken away, the burden of unaffordable housing disproportionately falls on the Black community with disabilities, and that's straining already limited resources. And overall, we weren't able to go through some of the sections, but just overall takeaways. Policies that address the community with disabilities need to be mindful of variations within that community. Black individuals have different experiences than their non-Black peers, and they might not always match the perceptions that we have of what the community with disability is supposed to experience, or even within these communities, right? Because like I said before, I'm talking about them as a monolith by virtue of how the data is reported. But just because these are some experiences, these experiences are going to differ within the populations themselves. And also, living with a disability is hard. We didn't get to talk about this in the presentation, but if you go back into all of those charts, you're going to see that everybody who falls under that disability bucket has it worse than people who don't, right? Living with a disability is hard, but that intersectionality between race and place makes it so much harder. And experiences differ by state, region, and county, and on average, we see relatively worse outcomes for Black New Jerseyans with disabilities in the South. So we have a full report forthcoming. It's got a lot of different data. It's going to be great. My name is Amanda Jaeger. That's my contact information. These are my co-authors, Pascal Neves and Vandine Campbell, who's in the back. These are different data sources. I'm not going to go through them with you guys. You guys can look at them after. What I do want to show you is, Bill talked a lot about the Black Impact Summit. It was an amazing experience. And if you're interested in learning more about it, scan this QR code. It'll take you to a website that has more details on it, including the report that came out of it, and some of the materials we put together. So thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you guys need to come up too, like, feel free, like. I'm gonna stay around.
Thank you, Amanda. So we're going to take a short 5-minute break, a stretch break, a food break. Please, a reminder, we have the Source of Knowledge bookstore here and other tables. We'd also ask the next event that we have is a zine making workshop. And in order to do that, if you could grab a clipboard, some paper, and pens over there at the Disability Justice Coalition table. Our artist will be here soon. This is on the intersection of disability and incarceration. Thanks, everyone. Next part of our program here with the zine making workshop. If you can just make sure that you got a clipboard and some markers and paper over there. And you're welcome to sit wherever you like for this next part. So the next event in our series today is a zine making workshop by Sick of It on the topic of incarceration and disability justice. Sick of It is a project to amplify the voices of incarcerated disabled people and provide education about the ways disabled liberation and a world free of cages are intertwined. This is a group of abolitionists and disabled activists working to build connections between the free world disabled community and those behind bars. Along with a zine featuring writings about disability justice, strategies of care and work submitted by our incarcerated community, which we have examples today to pass around, Sick of It also coordinates a pen pal project to connect disabled folks inside to outside disabled pen pals. They believe that support from other disabled people is vital to surviving and thriving as a disabled person. Very happy to welcome Mom Moha today. Thank you.
Thank you. This stage is so high up, it's intimidating. So I'm Mon, and I'm an organizer with Sick of It. So I will probably be talking a little bit about what Sick of It is and how we got started and what we're trying to do, and then a little bit about like the zines themselves. So I actually was at Rutgers like 4 months ago and gave away most of the Sick of It, but I'll also talk about another project that I'm a part of called Inside to Outside, which we do have some example zines of, so people can look at those. But just to start a little bit about me, I'm Mon, and I live in Brooklyn, and I co-coordinate this project with 2 other people, Merlin and Rachel, who we started collaborating on this in 2020 after sort of seeing the impacts of the pandemic of COVID-19 on disabled people inside, of course also outside, but in New York, Rikers is actually a hot spot. That's where like the, Rikers is the penal colony in New York City. And at one point it was the highest rates of COVID spread and infection in the country, almost the world. And so that really made us think about the impacts of not just the pandemic on people, the like long-term disability, et cetera, but also how the prisons were going to be responding by isolating people, separating people, not necessarily letting people out, but actually just like increasing the amount of punishment that people who were catching COVID were facing. And all 3 of us experienced different levels of disability. And so we felt a lot of connection to trying to do something where we were organizing with people who experienced disabilities inside. We were learning about what kind of impacts COVID was having. And we were just sort of building up more community around that. Also in 2020, as many people probably remember, there was a huge influx of protests and an uprising around the police murder of George Floyd. So we also had a lot of consciousness around pen pal projects and inside-outside publications, which at that point, I think over the last 10 years, this kind of project where outside organizers are using publications and correspondence to politically build with people who are incarcerated and criminalized has become more and more of a thing. The other project that I'm part of called Inside Outside, while it doesn't have a specific focus on disability, it's a project that organizes through publishing the work of incarcerated people in New York State prisons. So they're kind of parallel. There's also a bunch of other projects like this, including In the Belly, which is one I would recommend. It's an inside-outside pen pal and writing and like political thought project. But to come back to Sick of It, we started it because we were, sick of it, and we assumed like people who were inside were too. All of us are also writers and editors, so that made sense. And some things I guess I'll touch on are, one, if you were interested in starting something like that, how could you do it? 2, the importance of specifically like bringing a disability justice framework to folks who are criminalized and incarcerated, and 3, some of the challenges that we faced doing this. So it's now been 4 years, but at the beginning, the reason we really wanted to, the reason that zines and letter writing projects and pen pal projects have taken off is because they're some of the only things you can actually really get inside prisons and jails, especially prisons. Jails is a little harder. So they've become a huge strategy for getting information inside. If you talk to a lot of incarcerated organizers, they'll say, we love to get a book, but it's not always possible for us to do study guides off of books. Books are, if you send in Marxist Capital, they're not reading all 900 pages on top of just living through it, surviving inside a prison. This is also an abolitionist project, meaning that we don't believe in cages, incarceration, we don't believe in criminalization, we don't believe in borders, walls. And we wanted to sort of increase an amount of connection and the ability for people inside to study with each other. So the goal isn't just we come up with the information, we send it inside, they're just receiving it. We really wanted to think of how can we provide information that actually allows people who are incarcerated in all the prisons that we send sick of it to organize it amongst themselves around medical care, around mental health care, and around whatever they might need. Usually it's not possible. The prison is a very oppressive circumstance and a condition, so it's not always possible for people to do that kind of organizing, but we wanted to arm them with the information rather than have it be this sort of we are teaching you disability justice, you are receiving it. So we didn't want that kind of flow. We wanted a reciprocal flow. The way we added people to the list is that we did this massive call for people to sign up as subscribers and to sign up to the pen pal list. And then we matched people to outside folks who wanted to get in touch. The reason we did both a pen pal project and also a zine project is because pen pals didn't feel like enough. While it's really incredible for people who are incarcerated to build relationships with people inside through pen pals, that's not an explicitly political relationship. If you're just writing to someone inside prison, that's amazing. You could be really supporting them through a lot of things. You could be responding to their isolation, but the publication was really a chance to talk about topics like psychiatric incarceration, like invisible disabilities, like COVID-19, like disability justice. We were especially interested in how using the sort of knowledge of disability justice and the theories and framework of disability justice can be useful to people who are disabled and also incarcerated. One last thing I'll add on this, sort of why we did this, is because right now a lot of jails and prisons are, because there's so much more over the last 30 years, people have done so much organizing to delegitimize incarceration and to call attention to mass incarceration and the sort of state violence implicit in mass incarceration. A lot of cities and states have started being well, how can we do trauma-informed care inside prisons? Or how can we have trauma-informed jails? Or how can we do therapeutic incarceration? And we saw sick of it as sort of an intervention against that kind of thing. Are people familiar with zines in general? Have folks ever heard of zines? I'm seeing some yeses. Has someone never heard of a zine? Never. Never? Okay. So zines started in they really became popular in the 1950s, 60s in sort of the punk and feminist scene in the US. They also were used by young people to promote shows, events, and they became this hugely accessible form of political propaganda because you didn't need a book, you didn't need much more than just paper and a photocopier, and then you write some stuff and then you share it. So that's where we get the idea of zines from, and that's short for magazines. They're shorter magazines. I'm gonna step out of the blue light. And in the 90s and 2000s, they regained popularity as a form of political propaganda inside prisons and jails because usually those facilities have a paper limit, a length limit, and you can't send color in. Sometimes you can't send things beyond a certain size. So it was a way to bypass a lot of the restrictions. Also, for people who are inside, when you have access to only a pencil and a paper, it was like an easier way to communicate information from the inside out around people, like pamphlets and brochures and smaller publications. I guess my next question is, have people been pen pals to folks inside, or like do they have family or loved ones, or like do you regularly communicate with people who are incarcerated? Yeah, so there's a lot of communication and censorship challenges. There's also a difference between like friendly communication and sort of like organizing communication. So I think some of it represents how we try to navigate some of these dynamics. I want to talk a little bit about some of the challenges before I sort of like explain how people can make a zine. I don't know if we'll really get into the workshop, but I will explain it, and people are welcome to make zines if you want. So some of the challenges with Sick of It as a project were, one, it's just really, really hard. It's a mutual aid project. Are people familiar with the concept of mutual aid? Does anyone want to say what it is? I saw your hand. Thank you. So they said it's community-based. It's people coming together to support each other. If your neighbor needs groceries or their heater isn't working, you might like support fundraising for them or get their groceries for them. Mutual aid at many different, so that's definitely right, like mutual aid at many scales. For example, with Sick of It, we saw it as mutual aid because we were learning from folks who were disabled and organizing inside prisons and jails, and they were also they were also learning from us. So that sense of like, we're connecting to each other. Just this week, one of the pen pals, her name is Diamond. She's incarcerated in California. She's been moved to a facility where she's trans, and the cell that she's in, the person that she's sharing it with is transphobic. So Sick of It, her pen pal with Sick of It organized a phone zap to demand that she get moved. And you can probably see that online, but we've been asking that Diamond get moved to a cell where she's safe and respected. Obviously, there's a limit to how much safety she can really access inside this facility, but through the Sick of It sort of network and through her pen pal, we're so able to advocate. And that's mutual aid because it's not happening through an institution or an organization. It's happening through relationships and people knowing each other and caring about each other. But with this comes a lot of challenges, including being running a publication when you're also disabled for 4 years is really hard. We've had to take multiple hiatuses, and I think we've had to really embrace some of the principles of disability justice that are like, we need to slow down. Sometimes you can only put out one publication a year, and that's okay. We have our sense of time isn't the same as like capitalism's sense of time, or the prison's sense of time. We've also had to like really work with pen pals and accountability. Being a pen pal, even if it's not necessarily a politicized relationship, is still some people's lifeline to the outside world. And if people are not responding to each other or responding to their pen pal for like 6 weeks, or they're just completely abandoning the person they're talking to, that can do a lot more harm than good. We we've also had to navigate just the systems aspect of it, where I think we have about 300 people on our list, and just navigating, like, that's 30 states. Each state has its different rules for what you can send inside. Each state has different censorship rules. Each state has different rules about color and printing and what you can say and what you can't say. A lot of our zines don't make it in. So navigating that and trying to communicate with someone who's like, I haven't even read one of your zines that have been on the list for 4 years is also challenging. And the last thing I would say that has been a big challenge is just the circumstances of actually getting information from the inside. So as much as, we've sent in now about 5 or 6 zines where we've had like issues on, in one issue we talked about long COVID and what long COVID impacts might be like inside. We talked about something called carceral humanism, which is when prisons and jails and like correctional systems lie about how progressive their facilities are in order to cover for the violence. But we don't totally always know if that's resonating. We don't really have a way of getting a ton of feedback. So that's been a challenge. And then actually one last one I'll talk about is that people often are reading our stuff and sharing stuff with us that we can't do anything about. The example that I gave with Diamond this week it was really great to be able to organize around her. And we often get mail where people are describing really, really horrific things that are happening to them inside these facilities, particularly from the hospitals and nurses, like not being able to get surgery, not being seen by the doctor, regularly being rescheduled for basic medical care, medical abuse, all sorts of things. And we're like 3 people, and none of us are doctors, and none of us work in like any kind of direct services sort of organization. So there's a limit to the amount of care we can really provide for people who are experiencing crisis. I'm going to pause there for any like questions or thoughts or reflections.
So how do you process all that trauma?
And then there was one more question. Or no, okay. I mean, part of it has, we started by being like, we're going to do 4 zines a year. And now we do maybe 2, it's a lot. It's also just a lot of letters. Like, sometimes we'll get like 300 letters. I can barely read 30 letters in a month. So I think part of it is just slowing down. But also I don't know that we always are able to process it. I think we have to take really long breaks from it. It's hard to see someone being like, I really need this from you, and then not being able to do that. But also we try to maintain and communicate the boundaries of the project. We're not social workers. It's not a case management organization. We have a very specific thing we're trying to do, which is decrease isolation, increase political thought, and also connect people on the outside to disability justice resources. So I don't know if we're really processing it, but we are trying to maintain some boundaries. Any other reflections or questions, or if you've done similar kinds of organizing, if you want to share anything? Or for people who have connected with people who are currently incarcerated, I'm sure they talk about the inside. It's very traumatizing. But yeah, does anyone want to share anything? So with Sick of It, we pretty much can't. We can't really connect people to all the array of resources. Also, Diamond, for example, is incarcerated in California, where the governor is like incredibly transphobic, and there's a real limit to like what he would be willing to do. But one thing, for example, one thing we've done is try to connect to organizations in California who can advocate on her behalf too. So it's like a mixed answer. It's like, on the one hand, we can try to connect her to more people who will advocate for her and who might have connections. On the other hand, we just sort of know there's a limit to what prisons can even offer, and sometimes moving someone from one cell to another is the most that is really possible. In other cases, for example, in the case of like Ashley Diamond, who was a trans woman incarcerated in Georgia, she built a whole organizing group around her, and then people advocated to win her freedom. But that doesn't always happen. But it just sort of depends on how many connections someone has, how much time people are willing to put in, how many relationships. I think the most we can probably do is not just Sick of It, but in general, is try to advocate for her freedom. Okay. So I'm not going to do like we're not going to like sit and do the zine making workshop, but I wanted to show people who are interested in making their own zines or who are hearing about zines for the first time. And then also, I don't know where the inside-outside zines are, but people should take a look. Maybe they're on that table? Okay. So if I will use my piece of paper, and maybe I'll go down. Can people see? It's easy to see? Okay. So if you are interested in making a zine, or I can actually use an empty piece of paper. That might be useful. Do you need markers as well? No, I'm just going to show the folding. Thank you. You're welcome. So actually, this is more just a demonstration to show like why some of what I was talking about, why zines are an interesting format and a strategy for connecting. If you are interested in starting your own inside-outside project, a lot of people are looking for information inside. There's a lot of different models of doing it. But I'm going to put the mic down so I can just sort of show this because I need two hands. So typically, if we were doing like a full workshop, we would be using this paper to create our zine. And I'm just folding it in half and then folding it in half again. And then folding it in half again. And that's how we're getting our pages. So you can see like I have 4, I see someone doing it. You can see we have 4 sections for anyone who's doing that. And then we're going to bring it out. And that's like all the pages and sections. And then you're going to cut. This is where it gets confusing. This is like the challenging part. You're going to fold it in half, but not the way you did it the first time, not long ways, but short ways. Come over there and show you, but this way. And for this part, we're going to use like just a rip, but typically you would want scissors for a clean cut. So at the place where you folded the paper, this way, we're going to do a rip in the middle. Or if you have scissors, you can do a cut. And so when you fold it out, it should look like this, like a tear in the middle. Did you get that? For anyone who's doing it? Yeah, okay, you have it. You have it. Like almost like you just cut a hole in the middle of your paper. Yeah, that's it. And then, this is the other hard part, is you're going to like bring it together like a diamond, like that. You see that? Yeah, that's right. And then bring it together like a 4, like that. And you basically made your pages. You're going to fold it on top of each other. And that's your zine. Thank you. And anyone who didn't do it, I can come around and show you. But that's like how you make a really, really, really basic shape for your zine. And if you were ever interested in just like writing something down or sending it inside, I find these to be like some of the easiest ways to like get information around. And I have some examples that I can show you if you want. Any last questions about zines, sick of it, talking to people inside, anything like that?
How can we reach out?
The question was, how can you reach out to me? So we do have a website. It's called sickofit.space. And we also have an Instagram. And folks here also have my email, so you can probably access it that way. But we're always looking for more pen pals. We're also looking for people to help like revitalize the project, for more writers, or just people who want to be connected. So, and we also have a volunteer signal. So.
You said you are an abolitionist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how difficult it has been in your experience politicizing folks inside? I mean, do you send actually like, do you send political stuff like on history of carceral spaces that also were pro-abolition, like George Jackson, and has it been difficult to get it in?
That's a great question, and actually it has not been difficult to get it in.
Okay.
I mean, again, like I was saying before, some states have more censorship than other ones. Some states are harder, but generally we have sent like all kinds of materials inside, and a lot of it has made it in, and we don't necessarily try to be like, read this and be an abolitionist, but we do try to be like, what does this have to do with what you might be experiencing? Right. You know, if you're facing like medical trauma, it's not enough to just say, the prison isn't taking care of me. It's also, we also want to have people be like, actually it's not capable of taking care of me. And I think we've had some really, like, people have really engaged. They're not always like, yeah, I totally agree, but that's the important thing, is the like dialogue and building the relationship to keep talking about it. 1 minute. It's the last minute, so if anyone has any more questions, I definitely recommend reaching out. And sorry we didn't get to do more of the zine, but
Thank you, Moha. If I could have the panelists come up to the stage now for the decarceral and disabled discussion. Thank you.
You can hop up on this side. I don't know if I'll make it.
Thanks for coming. No, I don't. You good?
you. Can you wear that? Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay, just put that into your. I'm gonna take the ramp. Hold on. Welcome, everyone. So we're thrilled to have our expert panelists with us today on this topic of decarceral, reparative, and disabled futures. We have colleagues from the NJ STEP program, the Department of Urban Education, and the Anti-Eugenics project with us today. I'm going to facilitate from the front row next to Keah. I will ask the questions. But to begin, if each of you could say your name and give a brief introduction, and then we'll start in with the questions. And we'll have a Q&A to follow. So, Mark, you want to go? Or? Yeah. Oh, okay. Thanks.
I need a mug. I don't have a mug.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is LaShawn Hannon. I am the Director of Teacher Preparation and Innovation in the Department of Urban Ed. I am a Black woman with locks and a very summery colored pink and green and leopard jumpsuit with pink Converse.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jack Chen, behind the pillar. It's good to see everybody. I'm an East Asian looking man, whatever that may mean to people, with glasses and short hair, going home to the right, and a gray top, and dark shoes and dark pants.
Hi everyone, I am Tiana, and I am the counselor at Broadway State Prison for NJ STEP. I am a very pretty Black woman.
Yes.
With long locks. I have on a white shirt and brown pants, and I am excited to be here.
Hello, my name is Sammy Keah, everyone. Rutgers alum, NJ STEP alum. I work for the Center for Justice Innovation as a case manager for an alternative to incarceration project. I happen to be a Latino male, 6 feet tall, bald-headed, sporting a light beard today, and very monochromatic attire. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to be here.
Hi, assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Good afternoon. My name is Talib Chadiez. I'm an Afro-Puerto Rican male. I work for NJ STEP, that's the New Jersey Scholarship, Transformative Education and Prisons Initiative, here at Sciences-Newark as the Senior Program Coordinator. I also dabbled a little bit as an adjunct faculty member with the Department of Urban Education. My primary interests are exactly in the work that we're doing now with regards to carceral lodges, the K-12 prison pipeline, and how we can dispense with that. I am wearing a traditional thobe. It's an Islamic attire that essentially looks like a very long shirt. It's baby blue. I have blue jeans on. I have wavy hair, and my beard is graying every day about a century.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Gomez-Sanyas. I serve as the Executive Director of My Brother's Keeper here in the city of Newark, which sits as a strategy of the Newark Opportunity Youth Network. And my experience is really within the sector of education, having been a teacher and a school leader for what we call Opportunity Youth, which are 16 to 24-year-olds who have disconnected from school and employment and are seeking a pathway towards their education diploma and workforce development certifications. I'm a Latino man, a son of this city, with an easy-to-keep bald head that allows me to just roll out of bed every morning and go. Wearing really all blue and wearing sneakers as I always do. And it's great just to be in community with you all.
Thank you, everyone, for your introductions. We'll start with our first question. So reparations is really about truth-telling. It's about restitution and compensation. but also memorialization, public education, and understanding authentic, historical, and personal accounts. To that end, what truths do we need to know about eugenics and carceral logics, especially as they operate in our everyday lives? How have you seen or experienced the overlap of disability and incarceration? We'll start with Sammy and Jack, and then open it up to the rest. Thank you.
Okay, my very own experience on eugenics and carceral logics, it began at a very young age. I didn't inherit the best of families. I'd like to begin with that. So my home was a very violent environment. The school system quickly, as early as the second grade, said that I had a learning disability, placed me in special ed. So the very statistics that Amanda shared with you earlier, I am what that looks like practiced upon a human body. I was tracked into special ed classes, even though I didn't have a learning disability. I had a behavior problem tied to the traumatic experiences of my household, something I had no control over. Later on in my academic experience, I was sent to what they call an alternative school. That alternative school eventually would look like the prison I ended up in my youthful years. And that's how, my story, that's how I identify, and my story matches with the carceral logic we speak about today, about eugenics, and just what, that disconnect between theory and practice.
I didn't get to say that I'm a historian. So for me, eugenics is historical, but it's also very personal. And I think that's true for all of us. It's historical in the sense that it's really a system that's existed ever since, let's say, in North America, since when the colonists began to arrive, and they began to make distinctions between who were truly human themselves and who were basically part of nature, indigenous people. And therefore, if you have a system of private property, you basically begin to accumulate, occupy, steal that as your own, and then you declare the people who are part of that land as inferior peoples. Okay, so my history is also personally tied to that, and it's really a systemic historical process with a lot of nuances and a lot of ways in which it affects different people differently. But at the same time, for me, it took me basically my adult life, because my parents never told me, and my family never told me, I'm the youngest of 6, that the only reason they had me was because of both the Chinese exclusion laws, which are part of systemic racism that most Americans don't know about, and also because of eugenics laws that began in 1924, which also most people don't know about. I'll just unpack them a little bit, because all of these things affect all of us, in the sense that whether we're aware of eugenics or not, is part of that systemic sorting process. Who counts as fit, who counts as unfit. And that systemic process begins with colonization and the botanists and scientists and the mappers they bring on their ships who begin to kind of sort out what is valuable for them, how to commodify all of nature. And part of how I personally have ended up in this situation is that from 1870s onwards, this country is beginning to talk about how Chinese were eating rats. Okay, just like Trump is talking about, they eat our pets, right? You have advertisers based in Jersey City with a colorful, beautiful postcard that says the Chinese must go, they must leave, and a caricature of a Chinaman holding a rat up, getting ready to devour the rat, right? You have that's pervasive to the point that Chinese are excluded. Not just that, there's violence against Chinese. Chinese become the first group excluded from this country. The whole immigration system and the passport system is set up to keep Chinese out of this country. It wasn't Mexicans, it was really against Chinese and other Asiatics, quote unquote Asiatics, who were then excluded. But then, in 1943, when China was allies with the United States against Japan, then suddenly it was too embarrassing to continue to exclude Chinese people. So that was repealed in 1943, but it got repealed to what had become the 1924 Immigration Act, which is inspired by eugenics. And basically, what they did in 1924 is they cut back the number of Europeans who were coming into this country back to 2% of the 1890 levels. Okay, this is a time in which all sorts of Europeans were coming in vast numbers into New York City, changing the landscape, doubling the population of the city every single year, right? And for Chinese who were already excluded during that time, it meant 105 people a year. 105 people a year. And that meant that that quota had already been surpassed when my parents arrived in 1950. So they started asking around. They were refugees. They were on a visitor's visa, and they didn't know what to do because they wanted to be with some of the children that they already had, my older siblings, who were studying here in college. So the only way, they talked to senators, they went around, and the only way they could figure out of their staying here was because of a 1898 Supreme Court ruling saying that if you had a child on American soil, that child would count as citizen, and then you, as your parents, could stay with them. Okay, now that's been smashed, right? But basically, that's the only reason they had me. Now, of course I'm loved, I know that. But the only reason they had me is they desperately needed someone who could then claim to be a citizen. So that's eugenics, right? Now, so we're all impacted by eugenics in different ways because of that sorting process of fit and unfit. But we don't necessarily know what they are, and that's the insidious power of eugenics. The final thing I'll say, just quickly, I promise, is that eugenics was passed during the period of what is called progressivism in this country. It was a reaction to the Gilded Age and crises of the economic system. There were panics. There were all sorts of fears, not unlike in World War I, of course, not unlike today. You know, we have wars and fears and panics, and the right-wing emergence, which was really saying that, well, we have the solution to all these problems. You just have to get rid of those people and these people and that people, right? And in fact, when eugenics emerged from ground zero, which was New York City, the books that were being written out of New York were adopted by, in fact, Fielder himself, but the Nazis were adopting that. They took it to a death camp extreme, but there were already extremes being practiced here, right? So we can talk about that as well. So it's really a systematic kind of bureaucratization of a growing country that had a growing bureaucracy that needed experts, college educated generally, to say, well, you're in, you're out. Do you get benefits? Do you not get benefits? The sorting process of unfit and fit and unfit got extended in that way. But it was also not just about genetics. It was also about whether you would be culturally thought to be adjustable, right? So if you could be culturally adjustable, then you could kind of count and pass. So it is both about eugenics, it is both about nurture and nature. Nurture was thought to be possible for some people, but people who were truly inferior could not be acculturated. So.
Thank you. Others? Yeah.
Thank you, Jack. Okay. Thank you, Jack. So to that point, being an Afro-Puerto Rican boy growing up in Jersey City, New Jersey, in an underserved community, eating no free meals, going into a classroom, reading textbooks that did not have a singular representation of me except for that of an inferior person. So when you start thinking about how we connect the eugenics to the carceral logics, and it's the things that I really tried to grapple with, and from an autoethnographic perspective, right, is that it's the regulating, it's the surveilling, it's the managing and sorting of the mind before the body becomes enslaved to the system that is oppressive. Right? So when you look at carceral logics, my concern has always been in that framework is that in the K-12 experience, that's where we are indoctrinated with the idea that you punish first. You punish first. So a child is being a child, that child is not healed, as my brother articulated. There was things going on at home. There were traumatic experiences that were affecting the development of the prefrontal cortex. For our psych majors in here, right, neuroplasticity, when it comes to neurosynaptic connections that are being made in our minds and how it operates with our bodies, right? Carceral logic says that there's something deviant about that. So now you're no longer human, you're a monster. And where do monsters go? Where does the boogeyman go? Where does the boogeywoman go? They go behind walls. And why do they go behind walls? Because they cast a shadow upon everything that's supposed to be perfect with the United States of America. They cast a shadow upon the George Washingtons of the world who never told a lie and ate apples. They cast a shadow upon the Abraham Lincolns of the world who allegedly freed people and used to wrestle really good. Right? These are the concepts that are existing in our school systems and actually still exist here at this university. We sort people on a daily basis on how we interact with them. We rarely offer grace to the human experience. We have really deep-rooted biases in our mind that automatically put us in judge, jury, executioner from a carceral logic perspective. So when the brother explained, as Jack explained, you have this framework of eugenics as sorting who is fit to exist in this thing that's called democracy, freedom, etc. And then you regulate as to who can access democracy, freedom, etc. in the K-12 setting by essentially saying, if you do not behave how we feel as though you're supposed to behave, if you do not assimilate in the ways in which we believe you should assimilate, we have structures in place called the prison industrial complex that we will monetize your existence behind a prison cell. That is carceral logic.
Whoa!
Wow.
I'm sitting here trying to process everything that everybody is saying. And as an educator, as a former teacher, and now a teacher educator, right, it's so important for me to teach my future teachers and my pre-service teachers how they have to, one, recognize that they are a part of the system and an agent of the system, but also how do they help to dismantle that from within, right? And that is a hard conversation to have with 18 and 19 and 20 and 21-year-olds, let alone people who have been victimized, who come back and say, now I want to teach, right? Having to also unlearn that. So I'm just acknowledging the complexity, the duality, the contradictions, and recognizing that I play a role in the system. So then what am I gonna do about it, right? Like, and how do I teach people how to then do something about it while they're in it? Because we can't walk out of it. So somebody has to be on the inside. And I don't take that phrase lightly, to be on the inside. So, but somebody has to be there. And so how do we make teachers who are prepared to do that? Those are my thoughts.
So I also sat here and I tried to take in everything that was being said. I think that when I heard the question, when I thought about the question, the one thing that came to my mind is that most of the time when people think about, when you thinking about fitting in, like what Talib said, how he said you're punished first. I think a lot of the times you think about labels. So most of the time, especially I work in Broadway Prison, and one of the things that I learned as an education advisor, a lot of the guys are coming in with labels already attached to them. So when you think about how do I maintain this education? How do I get an education? Am I smart enough? Do I have a disability? We only look for tangible things and we completely forget about things like emotional disabilities, right? How do you define trauma when you don't know what it is? How do you define a disability when you don't know what that disability may look like? So I'm sitting here and I'm listening to what everybody's saying, and I'm acknowledging that I too play a role in this, because these are things that I never thought about. And we go inside and we try to help people, and even on the outside, I have a 3-year-old son who is on the spectrum. And I look at some of the things that I do when it comes to him, and it's like, am I creating labels for him? Am I doing things that may eventually, when he get older, may put him in the wrong place, right? May make him think of himself in a different type of way. And I don't know, I think that this is something that I want to examine more, if that makes sense.
I think it's been said. I don't think there's more for me to add.
Thank you. Our next question. What does justice look like for disabled and system-impacted professionals? What does educational justice look like to you? And Tiana, yep, and Mark.
Okay, so again, I'm gonna go back to just the idea of having a learning disability, right? Bill Davis earlier, he spoke on the IEP, right? And a lot of kids are growing up and they have somebody that's helping them. They have somebody that's working on a plan with them, but the truth is, when you get to a certain age, people drop the ball. So especially when you think of people that are incarcerated, who's in there working with people that may have grown up in special education, right? Who helps them understand that you can go forward and you do have the opportunity to learn just as everybody else. For example, I'm actually currently helping someone who is legally blind, and we dropped the ball on him, right? The justice system itself dropped the ball on him because there are so many things that this guy does not have access to, which means that in terms we're saying you do not deserve an education just like the next person. You know, sitting there having to scribe for a person that can't see things for himself. We need to put people in place. We need to set people up for we are setting people up for failure. We need to set up people for opportunities to be able to get through just like everybody else. So we need teachers to put things in plan where they're trained enough to be able to help. I'm sorry, guys. I'm nervous.
You're doing great.
We need to train teachers and other professionals to be able to support people that's like the person that I'm helping. Yes.
It's on.
Yes. So I think language is important. I identify, one of the ways I identify is as an educator. And I use that language intentionally. I don't refer to myself as a teacher because I think that there is, those words mean something different. If you look at the word educate, the etymology of it, the root in Latin, it means to draw out from, which makes an assumption. And that assumption is that there is something already stirring within, and my responsibility is to create and facilitate the conditions for that to come out. If we don't approach education that way, then we are looking at young people, at whoever is being served, as if there's a deficit. And when you approach folks from a position of deficit, what you're doing then is assuming that they are an empty vessel. We need to fill it, right? And you know, these are not concepts that I've made up. Paulo Freire, others talk about this idea. I was with some students here on campus actually yesterday, and then I was filling in for a professor in History of African American Education course. The class was overwhelmingly young people of color. It was about 26 students, and we were reading Ta-Nehisi Coates' Between the World and Me. There's an excerpt where he writes in his letter to his son about what it means to be a black man growing up in this country. He says that while the streets shackled my right leg, the schools shackled my left. And I asked young people to tease out what were those shackles that were in Coates' letter. And then I asked them they put it on chart paper, and we they went around and they put checks next to all of those shackles, school shackles that resonated for them. And as they sat down, the first thing they said was, I didn't realize everybody had the same experience. And so, God bless you. And so those experiences are not unique to certain individuals in isolated circumstances. They're not siloed. They are universal, quite frankly, for young people of color. And when we approach, as Talib had said already eloquently, we approach as if there is a threat, there's something wrong with you, there's something that needs to be fixed. We miss the opportunity to tap what I think are our greatest natural resource in our communities, which are its people, right? Particularly its young people is its most untapped natural resource. The last thing I'll say is, at least at this point, fortunately a couple semesters ago, or a few semesters ago, we were able to facilitate a course here on campus for future educators, but it was facilitated by young people who had disengaged from school, and they were the professors. They were the ones who were educating future teachers and educators. And there was a young man who actually wasn't even supposed to be there. It's a young man from the community who showed up because his friend was coming to teach the class, and when they were in the neighborhood, his friend said, I'm about to go teach a class at Rutgers, and it was like, come on, like, really? He's like, no, seriously. And they didn't believe him, and so he said, you guys should come, and this one young man, the curiosity was like, I gotta go. Like, there's no way you're about to go teach a class at Rutgers. And so in that conversation, he talked about being a young man who was in a self-contained classroom. And he told the story, I'll never forget this story. He tells the story of being in the classroom, and when they wanted to punish other students, they would bring those students to his classroom. And the threat to those students was that if you continue to misbehave and not, get good grades and not do it, you're gonna be put in this classroom. And he was able to articulate all the things that were wrong with that scenario, and how he, at 11 and 12 years old in middle school, was experiencing what that meant for those who were already in this classroom. And the surveillance and the control and the dogma, right, and the compliance-driven education they were getting. He was able to articulate it with a level of clarity, and he was also really specific about the fact that he understood that even when he was 11 and 12 years old, but he also understood that he was, my language not his, shackled. He didn't know what to do with that. He just knew it was wrong, and he knew he was on the wrong end of that inequity, but he didn't know what to do with that. And that is, to my point earlier, not unique to his experience. There are many, many, particularly boys and young men of color who have that very same experience. And so educational justice is about empowering those young people so that they are actually making decisions about what education looks like for them. Not giving them a voice. I'm talking about giving them actual decision-making power on what their education program looks like for them.
I want to speak to that just one more time.
Can you use a mic?
Something that he just said, when people are able to correlate how teaching, how learning helps them, and they're able to make it fit in with their life, they learn better. So sometimes teachers may have to, educators may have to learn how to make a person understand by using their own examples, by allowing students to use their own examples, people to use their own examples. Because I may not know the big words, or I may not know what certain things mean, but if you tell me, if you correlate it to something that I personally went through in my life, through my neighborhood, through my upbringing, then say to me, well, Nelson Mandela said it this way or did it that way, it may help people understand things a lot better.
So can I just?
Yeah.
So I am the mother of a Black autistic man, right? He is a young 20-year-old man. And from the time he started, from the time he was diagnosed at 21 months to now, all these years later, I've seen a tremendous amount of growth, right? Going from nonverbal and, you know, having all these meltdowns and just having a tough time trying to be in his own body, to now where he is thriving. There's something you said about, you know, I can't believe you're teaching this class. Like, no, I'm teaching this class, right, because your student had found his purpose, right? He found something to have joy in his purpose. And some of the more recent work that I've been doing is really about how do we protect that joy, right? How do I as a mom who cannot protect her black son out there on the street, forget her black autistic son out on the street, how do I help him find his purpose and help protect his joy, right? And so that was one of the things that I learned as a parent and as an educator, because all of that was happening at the same time, right? The best thing I can do for him is help him figure out what he feels he's good at, what he wants to pursue, and give him the space and access to do it unapologetically. And then how do I create and put people around him that are going to also help protect that, right? How do I do that? And I can say that I did it, but it wasn't without struggle, it wasn't without tears, it wasn't without a village, it wasn't without fighting, it wasn't without lawyers, it wasn't without school boards, but it can be done when it's not about making him conform, it's about making him, helping him to do what he needs to do and creating space for that, right? Creating space for, yeah, he's gonna walk around the room. And he's going to tell you to mind your business, because that's what we say at home, right? And you're just gonna have to get over that, because he doesn't mean it with any intent. He just says, I'm not talking to you. Because he wasn't. And you have to, you know, just creating space for him to be himself. So I heard you say that, and I hear purpose and joy. So.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, just to LaShawn's point, the compliance culture, you know, this premium that we place on our educational system with compliance. You know, it's the premium that we place on that is something that has to be eradicated for anything to work when you talk about, you know, justice. So just like you said, you know, he has the right to walk around freely in the classroom, say something that somebody might find not appropriate and things like that. That, you know, that has to be eradicated in order to have any form of justice. So that, you know, and Lauren and I have spoken, you know, to administrators in schools, Farringer, if I remember correctly, and that's the first thing that the administrator said to us in our meeting was, I have to teach them life skills and how to comply. Well, if you ask the child if they ate that morning or if they ate the night before, if they had a safe place to sleep, because I think, you know, that child's life skills is a lot, you know, more evolved than yours. So, you know, that's just real.
I just wanted to share something that I experienced in the spring as being an adjunct professor for that time. So I had a student who was blind, and she ended up becoming the most powerful teacher I had in quite some time. So we had this whole framework. The name of the course was Media, Resistance, and the Black Experience, right? New culture, essentially. And it was driven about visual representation of what the Black experience was like in the classroom setting, in media, utilization of hashtags, all that. Like, we just had this brilliant idea that we was going to talk about youth advocacy, race, and resistance to media. And then we ended up with a brilliant student who happened to be blind. And here's what one of the papers are. Literally, we had to write a paper. It was called the Visual Analysis Paper. Right? Look at the injustice in creating a syllabi. That's the syllabus that essentially said you had to write a visual analysis paper. So we panicked. We start shooting emails out. What do? We obviously made a mistake. We reach out to Lauren. She's like, okay, make some recommendations, whatever the case may be. And then I, in my ignorance, shoot an email to the student, start conversing with her, and saying, what are your thoughts on an audio analysis essay? And she shoots back to me, I want to be exactly like everybody else in that room. Don't put me in a disadvantage. I said, you got that. So here's what we can do. Tell me what it is, how we can assist you. So she educated me. And so her name, I got her big up. Her name is Crystal Allen. She's the founder of Eyes Like Mine. She's a Rutgers student right now, and she is so dope. She's an educator because of all the presentations that was delivered in that classroom, because you also had to do a presentation with media. Look at the brilliance of this educator and her visualization of what justice is. She required all of us to wear blindfolds and then put on a YouTube video about her and her organization at a dance in which they played music. And she illustrated in her way of saying, I love dancing salsa, because she does. She says, I'm a salsa dancer, that's what I do. I'm blind, but I love salsa. I love salsa music. I'm Afro-Latina. She put me up on all of that. So she puts the YouTube video on. Now the two professors and all the students in the room are now void of vision. That was justice in that classroom. That's the type of justice we could do every day. Not come in as we are superheroes trying to rescue somebody, but rather interact with every individual in a student-teacher relationship. Therefore, it becomes reciprocal, and if that isn't justice, I mean, honestly, justice is reciprocal, and I don't know what we can do.
There's so many things I want to say, but I'll just say something fairly briefly. So part of the problem is the university system itself, and part of it is the schooling system itself. It's a very particular formation derived from a German style of education, which is highly specialized. It's assuming that there's a shared culture, and then you kind of break it into all these tiny parts. Now, what you all are saying is what I firmly believe, that we are embodied knowers. We know with our whole body. It's not this, that somehow this gray matter up here is all that knows, but in fact, there's a second brain right here in our gut, right? And none of that is understood or appreciated, so that in fact we're also siloed in thinking that, well, if you're an athlete, maybe you're a dumb jock, right? I mean, but there's nothing farther from the truth, because the knowledge that we have is embodied. Now, so by privileging certain kinds of knowledge and certain kinds of archives and certain kinds of writing, it automatically begins to fragment what we know and also the cultures that we come from, to the point that you have to be expert in that particular fragment to be able to get ahead. Now that's a problem. So we, so unwittingly perhaps, but there are some good things about being able to be a specialist in one thing, right? I'm not just saying that, but we're so really specialized that it's actually hard to talk to each other. It's hard to understand, because I happen to have a daughter who also has fundamental learning issues that are not a deficit, but she actually has amazing skills that are not appreciated by the culture that we live in, right? So there's all those issues that are also there. So how can we change the educational system, and how can we make space in the educational system so that a fully embodied learning can happen? And also, it then opens up the possibility for hopefully the society can begin to change. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem, because we have to kind of change it all. But I feel that the solution, unfortunately, is not all here. Now, this campus happens to have a lot of faculty who are very open to this, but the structure of how we teach is actually very limited as well. And the fact that we have to be in a classroom, we have to sit on our hands, and have to have people who are just sitting there the whole time. But if we opened it up, that would make a big difference. So, yeah.
Thank you. Our last question. So, control and violence become legitimized when we only think of disability or system impacted professionals through the lens of the medical industrial complex or through the law. What else can we draw from to understand these experiences? How do we create and enact reparations for people with disabilities and system-impacted professionals? That's open to anybody.
I'll take, so with regards to reparations, right, access. Right, so being a justice impacted person, right, let's peel back the layers just a little bit. Often, the traumas that occur early in life tend to manifest themselves in K through 12 settings, etc. These are the things we're discussing. But then there are systems that are still in place right now that deny access to that type of scholarship. So we have here in the United States, I mean here in New Jersey, in theory, the ban the box. We have banned the box. That's supposed to be moving towards restoring something, right? There's something reparative about it. Like, no, let's at least give them access. Like, you don't have to check off on that box no more. But guess what? There's an algorithm somewhere that now does that. Your resume goes in, somewhere along the lines they do a background check. You never see a human being. You have been judged, and you have been penalized to the point where you can't even articulate your humanity to another person. You can't come in as yourself and speak with another human being to give the context behind who you are and how you arrived to where you are. So there's nothing reparative about banning the box. Similarly, there isn't anything reparative that I have seen in totality at any level in academia when it comes to research. Right? We tend to have a really amazing way of doing research on communities as opposed to research with communities. We don't even have the clout or the fortitude to be able to say, you lead the research, you design the research, you tell me your pain, because in the discourse of civil justice, we often hear in civil rights movements, those closest to the pain have the answers. Right? We love to say that. Those closest to the pain have the answers. But we rarely ever say those closest to the pain provide the solutions. It's a play on words, but the reality is it has to do with regards to doing the research. The reparative work is in the research. And then having lead author, not the last author, lead author in that publication with their expertise that you cannot get. I guarantee you, you cannot get what's going on Avon Ave inside of any one of these classrooms. But you'll have a kid out there that can come here to Rutgers like they just recently did and educate an educator. So reparations for me is teaching the community how to be effective. Because as we know, you get kicked out of the community, they'll come back and burn it down.
Can you give the question again?
Oh, sure.
There's so much happening in my head.
Yeah, the question, so control and violence become legitimized when we only think about disability and experiences of being system impacted through the medical industrial complex and through the law. What other frames can we use, local knowledges, experiences, to create reparations for these communities?
I think that there's, in the world that in the little bubble of the world that I live in, we do a lot of work right now around welcomeness and belonging and feeling seen and feeling heard, and I don't want to minimize any of that, but I don't think we have fully appreciated the value of creating those spaces, right? Of being seen, of being heard, because with that comes the sharing of power. And listening to somebody else's story that's different than yours can come with some questioning of your own story, right? Of your own position, especially if you find out it's not as true as you thought it was. And so I think that part of ways we can begin to repair is by creating spaces of shared power where people do feel seen and feel heard, and those narratives can get told and believed, not just told, right? Because I can tell my story all I want, but that it's valuable and it's truth and it's worth hearing and it's worth adding to the collective story. So, yeah, that's just.
I'm wrestling with the question for a couple of reasons, but I think I'll lift up. I think there's a really good example of something I was able to experience. I was actually invited by Anti-Eugenics with the Attorney Citizen Support Group. I'm going to forget the name, but what was the name of the program that you... Ritual for Return. Say it again? Ritual for Return. Ritual for Return. That, I've been talking about it since, and that was months ago. Actually, might have even been a year ago at this point, right? But it was as I understood it, and to be fair, I would encourage you to ask about the experience from those who went through it. But as someone who's able to see people who I care about talk about their journey to return into community and to go through a process that, as I understood it, did not ask them to not hold themselves accountable, actually held them to greater accountability because they had to reconcile with what got them to the place where they were kind of, exiled from the community and had to earn the rights. It's a rite of passage, as I understood it, to say, can we come back into this community? And that conversation requires a level of internal wrestling, I would imagine, not only for those who are trying to return back into community, but those who are in community looking at someone they care about in their eyes, who looks like them, who's from the same community as them, and having to say, like, yes, like, how could I not say yes to that level of reconciliation? And so I lift that up because that is not a normal practice of this country, right? It is not what this country values. It is indigenous, really, quite frankly, to people of color. It's the way our ancestors did it hundreds of years ago. And we've lost that way. And so we assume that punishment is the way to solve for infractions and things that we don't like. And quite frankly, we internalize it. I mean, I grew up with, both my parents. You ever seen the movie 8 Mile? And he's like, this guy's a gangster. His real name is Clarence. Like, I'm a Clarence. My parents loved me. They had a great marriage. They sent me to a private school. Like, I'm not gonna act as if I had some rough upbringing. I had the upbringing that I would hope all children would have. I'm going to set aside the fact that the white man was telling this black man he not. We talk about that at another conference. But I say that to say that even in my upbringing, the understanding the need to be able to reconcile broken relationships, to be able to say when I messed up and I need to earn the right to come back, and that punishment is not the way that we educate people and restore people. It was, like I needed to do that learning too, because we, like I used to get hit over the head if I did something wrong, and like I'm maybe too much information, but like I have 3 kids, and like I pop them in the mouth and then realize like, hey, why did I just do that? But it's the way we've been taught, which is why sometimes I struggle, Talib, with Carter G. Woodson, in his Miseducation of the Negro, his thesis in short, and I'm going to paraphrase, but not by much, he says, the most educated Negro amongst us is the most worthless, is what he says, in the service of their own people. And he argues that it's because after putting the finishing touches of this country's best universities, we come back and then behold our people to what we've been taught. And I think that happens in a bunch of different places. And so I oftentimes have to look in the mirror and wonder, what else have I been taught? And am I reproducing and perpetuating that are systems that weren't designed for me? And so that's why I wrestle sometimes with those closest to the problem are also the ones closest to the solution. I think that that's partly right. But I think those closest to the harm and to the problem also sometimes have some of those shackles and chains that they're wearing. And it's really hard to ask someone to reimagine something when they've never seen it another way. Which is why that experience that I'm talking about is one that was like, oh, this is what this looks like. Like I've heard and I've read about it and I've seen it in pockets, but like this is what it looks like. And I think if we had more models of what that looks like in schools and in other places, it would allow us to reimagine what's possible. Because again, it's very hard. You can ask people like, all right, so it's burn it down. So what are we going to build? Oh, I don't know. And when we start talking about it, it sounds a lot like, well, we just finished burning down. Because we're asked to reimagine something that some of us have never seen. And I think that that's a necessary ingredient if we're going to talk about reimagining and repairing and reparations. We're talking about something that's possible none of us have ever seen before.
And I think a simple answer to that also is take people out of the box. Like it's not a one-size-fits-all, right? And you have to allow people you have to look at this from a holistic point of view. Allow people to show you who they are by their upbringing, what they know, what they believe, and stop trying to conform everybody to be one. Like it's not one answer, honestly, because it's gonna be different for different people, different cultures, different areas. How he just shared, he came from a two-parent household. He grew up great, right? You'll have somebody on the other side that understands the complete opposite, right? And then again, like the three of us, we spoke about, our children. And I think when I think about my son a lot when it comes to education. My son was nonverbal for a long time until he started watching Miss Rachel. And he literally repeats everything that she says, but not often do I think he understands what it is that he's saying. So now that he's in the classroom, when he goes into the classroom, often he's gonna get up and yell, right? He's gonna walk back and forth and clap his hands and jump. And like you said, it gives him joy. When I walk into the classroom and I pick him up, he jumps. He has so much joy and he's yelling to the top of his lungs to where other students are probably like holding their ears. But that's his joy. That's him expressing his happiness. That's his way of saying, Mommy, I love you. I see you. Because he doesn't know how to say that yet. So I think it's simply taking people out of a box, right? Everybody, you literally have to allow people to express to you and show you who they are, what they're capable of, and what they believe to be justice. What justice looks different to everybody.
Yeah, just for me, I would like to share that I didn't really have to reimagine because I had the benefit of seeing what that looked like on the inside. So again, I'm part of the New Jersey Scholarship Transformative Education in Prison program, and what ended up happening in 2013, I was incarcerated at East Jersey State Prison in Broadway. They offered, higher education and prison programs to many of us, where at one time a GED was the extent of your academic achievements, and you were forced to work the plantation for $1.20 a day. That's what it was. There were no vocational schools. I think it was Christy Women that outdid that. So with the inception of NJ STEP, it was a community of higher learning. We did not have the resources available at this very academic institution, so we had to be resourceful. resourceful. So what that meant was we found strengths in each other. Talib was an excellent researcher. I might have been the mathematician of the group. We might have had a brother by the name of Damien Stackhouse who was proficient in math. We might have had a BB who was an organizer. And we got together and, you know, we assisted each other. We was each other's academic advisor. We were each other's tutors. We made sure that we had enough to eat for those late night study sessions. We met up at chapels. You know, we exploited the space and we maneuvered around the space the best we could. We did not have the access to technology, so of course there was a lot of killing trees and, you know, printing paper and things like that. But I got to see that. And then the professors at NJSEP were able to, the information that we're talking about today, they were very prolific in that information, so they understood the damage of living in urban communities that many of us come from, because it's no surprise that many of us came from these urban, deliberated communities and things like that. And these professors already knew about social reproduction theories and the hidden curriculum, the school to prison pipeline, and they were very familiar. So, you know, they allowed it. We learned from them, but they also learned a lot from us. So, you know, I didn't have to be, you know, imagine, and, you know, sometimes I find myself out here trying to replicate that very model somehow. But it's difficult and it's exhausting. And I'm out here in Newark, obviously, I'm in the work, Return to Citizen Support Group, is here, and it's definitely an attempt to replicate that very model.
Well, thanks for bringing that example, because I think we're all going to be facing, with global warming, exactly that situation. And the problem is that this society is organized not to be able to handle that. That somehow we're all going to be needing to come together with different skills and abilities to come together as a larger community, both in our neighborhoods but also at large, to figure out how to deal with this. There is a brilliant political philosopher and journalist by the name of Olufemi Taiwo, who is talking about reparations in terms of those funds have to go towards climate justice. Because in some ways the largest question that we're all going to be facing is really the cascading effects and the impacts that are in the coming years. And one thing that's clear when there's an emergency, let's say a major hurricane, the first impulse is for people to come together and help each other. But then quickly what happens is that there's another phase in which people are then thinking about their property or the advantages they have, and then suddenly, before you know it, things begin to fall apart. But I guess what I'm saying is that we're all going to be facing this, and we all are going to be needing to come together in different ways and figure out how to work together.
Thank you. A round of applause for our panelists. We have time for Q&A now, so I'll pass the microphone around for his questions.
My name is Aaron Wood. I'm late for class. I came here for another half hour, but y'all had got me. I couldn't leave. But y'all made a lot of good points, a lot of great points. As he talked about eugenics, and I think about eugenics, I think about how they control the reproductive system by placing black men into the prison system. I think about that and how that applies to eugenics. But something the brother said that I always think about is the way we define punishment. Like, I think everybody at some point they like thought about crime and punishment, and the first thing we say is jail. You know, I think somehow we might have to get to that point where we could redefine punishment. You know, and Talib talked about neuroplasticity. When I'm in the class, you know, with a bunch of 20-year-olds, I'm 50, right? And I'm just looking at them, and their mind is so, and it's amazing. And I think that's what we have to begin at with the youth. That's where it starts at, because they are the ones who are going to move us forward. You know, me and Sammy, I knew Sammy a long time. you know, and seeing him, it's like, cause you know, we were on the same chair together, and he, you know, we both had khakis on, you know, so we the same person, but it's like, reparations, right? I think about reclaiming my humanity, cause going to prison, I was stripped of my humanity, you know what I'm saying? So now when I see you up here, see you with your little suit jacket on, you know, it just makes me feel like, man, I appreciate y'all, man, and I definitely see y'all doing the work that needs to be done. I just wanted to thank y'all for all of you.
Good afternoon. So as I sit here and listen to you guys did such a great job, and there's a lot going through my mind because I've been a part of this conversation since I said like 12 years ago, 13 years ago when Cory Booker was in administration, and you might have been on the panel with Rutgers Business School, and this is when we was talking about revitalizing Newark and many new opportunities that was getting ready to come to Newark. And this whole thing about punishment, and it's a very vast conversation because not everybody that commits a crime goes through that punishment. You know, there's punishment just for standing up for truth. You know, punishment like just for trying to express yourself. You know, how loud can you be? You know, how joyous can you be? And sometimes that gets deflated by experiences that, not everybody that goes to jail, people in the community. Even like we talk about the reparations, stuff like that, like who qualifies for those reparations? How do you qualify? I work with a lot of pre-Ks and young adults that's coming up. I see them up there. I'm into photography and film, and I see the future. A lot of them, they're very, I won't say naive, but they're living into a future that they don't know nothing about, and they don't even have the skill sets to deal with certain things that they're going to eventually go through. So it's a very interesting conversation. Being an African myself, growing up in Africa and coming here, I was very well educated, but when I come here, I've been punished as well. And I come from good stock. But, it's like, because I'm black, I fit into the whole system of what blacks have to go through. So how do we start educating people, or how do we change the system? And I've watched several administrations come in and try to tackle this, but then it seems like the same things keep happening. The more technology advances, the more we leave people out of the box. It's also damaging, so yeah, who qualifies for even the jobs in the city? Like a lot of students go to college out here, and when they graduate, there's a shortage of jobs around here. There's a shortage of information, resources, and I know we're doing our best because I've seen the development over time, but sometimes it seems like it's not enough.
Can I say a point about punishment? Because it's come up twice, and I'm sitting here thinking again of Paulo Freire's pedagogy of the oppressed. He talks about the power in representing to folks, to people, what they did in you, right? And almost like I almost talk about it. It's as if like if we tell some of our stories and kind of take ourselves out of it and just tell the story as if it wasn't my specific story, we look at it and see it from a completely different vantage point and perspective. I'll give you simple examples. Like I've taught as a teacher, right? So Talib hits the kid that's next to him, and I call Talib's mother, and I'm like, he's hitting the other kids. And so mom hits Talib to teach her not to hit. Right? Like that would happen all the time, and I'm like, Mom, the way you're teaching him to not hit other people is by hitting him. right? Or, you know, Talib is cursing and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, you gotta stop cursing. Like, you can't use that language. And then I hear mom cursing Talib out about the fact that he was cursing and he shouldn't be cursing. And like that, when we put it so plainly, it's like, oh, that doesn't make sense. But then we talk about on kind of grander scales, if you will, in this country, the way we punish and the way we quote unquote teach is by like, it's an eye for eye, right? Like, you did this, we're gonna do this to you. You killed someone, so we're gonna take your life from you, right? Whether literally or figuratively. And so those things happen and we perpetuate them, and I think we do it, quite frankly, because in a lot of ways we're being intellectually lazy, right? When I first became a principal, it was a re-engagement center. So it was young people who had dropped out, had been kicked out, et cetera, et cetera. There were over 500 young people on the roster. And when I got the data to look at this, you know, just kind of some of the data metrics, there were almost 300 of the 500 young people who had been suspended. So I was like, so this is a school for young people who have not been in school. We're trying to get them to come to school. They've been kicked out, suspended, expelled, whatever, from other schools. And the main way we're teaching them that this is important, you need to be here, is by telling them you're suspended, you can't come to school for 5 days. There was something called the superintendent suspension. It was 45 days out of school. That has since changed, and we were able to get that to half the time. So right now, the most is 21 days, but even that is crazy. But that was all under the disguise of we're teaching them a lesson. And so when I came in as the principal, I was like, yeah, we're not suspending anybody. The teachers were like, what? What do you mean we're not suspending anybody? We're not suspending anybody. And I presented what I just presented now. And then the question was, so then what are we supposed to do? Okay, so now we can actually have a conversation, an intellectual conversation that makes sense. We can include young people to have a conversation with them about what makes sense. But punishing them is just so easy because you're being a pain in the ass. So I'm going to just kick you out for 5 days. I'll deal with you next week. And it was just intellectual laziness, quite frankly, that allowed us to perpetuate punishment rather than lean into, okay, so what do we actually do here? And so I just raised that because punishment is easy, which is why it's just so pervasive.
Right, so punishment assumes that it's helping the person being punished, when in actuality, that's not really what it's for, right? Punishment is who benefits? Who benefits from the suspension? The teacher, right? So when we talk about reparations and we talk about how to repair, we have to ask ourselves who is benefiting from the practices and the policies? Who is really benefiting, right? As a former classroom teacher, even now, as a professor, I can give a deadline, but you know who the deadline is for? Me, so that I don't get papers backed up grading. It's not for them. So we have to really be thinking about when we talk about reparations and how to do this work, who benefits? Who benefits from the policies and the practices? And that's how we start to have that intellectual conversation, right? We start to see where we sit in the role of, is this about my comfort or is this about justice? And how willing am I to be uncomfortable for justice?
I wanted to just add something briefly. So in psychology, we know of attachment theory. For the mothers that are in here who are far more advanced than men with regards to the importance of holding your child close. That impacts the development of the mind. We have brilliant scholars here at Sciences-Newark that are doing developmental psychology that studies what it looks like to keep your child close, what it looks like to do the snuggie thing, right? Now imagine we frame that also with regards to the African proverb that essentially says that used to excommunicate a child, they will come back to burn it down to feel the warmth. Something to that effect, right? we often tend to forget, and then these punishment rationales, where they come from, is those very ancient practices that are biblical in terms in which they even held on to this idea that there was a satanic or demonic element involved in the human experience. And so the individual in the community who caused the harm, what would they do? They would exile them out into the wilderness. Get out. You don't belong amongst us no more. Forgetting that they once held that baby really close, fed that baby. Just because an adult male or an adult female returning from incarceration, right, has what can be perceived even for myself, a graying beard and a mature male body, do not assume that the mind has been developed and hugged and appreciated. Punishment stunts a lot of people's cognitive developments. They no longer trust people in society anymore because why? Society exiled them, excommunicated them, labeled them pariahs, called them the N-word, said that they eat dogs and cats, etc. Those are the punishment rationales that we have to grapple with, intentionally so. So if an individual is standing before you, utilizing that type of language, right, and you absorb it without checking it, you have participated in harm. You have excommunicated that person. You have backbitten and slandered that person into non-existence. So part of the reparative work is saying, no, you did enslave my people. You did make promises to my people, and we're going to demand that you make it right. Procedurally, actively. But also when I close out with saying that, how many of you are willing to take your baby and throw them out in the streets when they do something wrong? So why would you throw out your adults? Why would you throw out your adolescents? What, you deem yourself superior now? You ever reached a level of academic superiority in your mind that you forgot at one time you yourself did something? That's the reparative work, is acknowledging that you, all of us, play a role in that. Because ultimately a human being just wants to be hugged. They don't want to be pushed away.
And we opened the discussion about eugenics, and we already know that that ideology has been discredited because of the pitfalls of our history. So, do you think that the public at large is still unaware of the danger of eugenics? And what can we do about educating the public at large about the danger of continuing that ideology?
Yeah, I think. Okay, I don't think people know about eugenics, and I don't think people know about. People do not know about eugenics. People do not know about how authoritarianism or fascism works. People do not know about the fact that the Dutch claim of Manhattan is not true, right? So there are a lot of, and we're also denying, as I mentioned before, climate change and global warming, right? So there are a lot of things that are too difficult to acknowledge for the powers that be and the people who want to believe in the system of the powers that be. So I think it's a very difficult thing because there are a lot of things that even we as individuals don't want to have to deal with, you know, and it can be very hard. But I think it is something that we all have to do. We all have to. Now, in some ways, I think this panel, I mean, these are people who absolutely understand what eugenics is because they've experienced it, and it's a naming. Paulo Freire talks about the naming of what happens to us, right? So to naming. So I think if we begin to understand how to begin to name ourselves, the experience, and begin to come together around that naming, then there's a hope of doing something about it. But it's tough because power doesn't want to deal with these harsh realities. They don't want to acknowledge, you know. I mean, no insurance company, Prudential Insurance, does not want to acknowledge that this is occupied land. Right? I mean, they just can't deal with this. It doesn't compute. It's too far out of the realm of what they want to deal with. So how do we work with indigenous people? How do we work with how settler colonialism worked, which was also to bring in enslaved people to work the land that was taken, right? How do we deal with extractivism, which is really deforesting the forests that used to be here, getting a good wall, so how do we deal with these things? But I think we can, if we actually can just focus. And I mean, I just feel that, people in this room can do a lot. I mean, I'm just totally confident. I would love to work with the people on this panel and problem solving, because people really have figured out so much. So I really believe that we can do it. But if we rely and wait for the politicians or the administrator to do it, I don't think it's going to happen.
Hi everyone, my name is Mars. I just want to share gratitude to each of you. I know it must be difficult to talk about a lot of the things that you were able to share with us. I just want to share that reparations work is not linear. It's not a destination. It's not just possible, but it's a part of our existence as it is today and how it will be tomorrow. And I think that with reparations work, it starts in your mind. It's really about deprogramming your mind and looking at your history, looking at your ancestors' history, looking at your family's history and those around you who have gone through some really bad hardships, and saying, hey, I'm actually going to relook at how I talk about you, how I internalize the situation, and how I go forward. And so I just preface that because I think that we as a nation needs to wake up and realize that this is a movement that is going to be here whether we like it or not. And I have many resources that I'm happy to share with anyone who wants to learn about ways that you can learn more about reparations work, because it is happening on a national level. And it is a process that is going to become our future very, very soon. So my question to all of you is, obviously election is coming up, right? And so how, with what you all have shared around advocating for those with disabilities, but also advocating for those who are incarcerated, and with our election coming up, how can we kind of go forward and also ask, our candidates and our local politicians to really stand up to a lot of the things that you all have shared.
I'll answer to that. So I think the way that laws are looked at to be readdressed, I think that's something that we all should have in common. So I too was incarcerated. I did 10 years, and I was arrested when I was arrested when I was young. Like, I wasn't even old enough to buy a pack of cigarettes, but I was able to get 12 years. I think that when you look at laws, everything doesn't deserve, I think one of you down here said it, everything doesn't deserve a punishment the way that they're given punishments. My heart is really geared towards mass incarceration. I think it's horrible. I think that the system has done us an injustice, and laws need to be changed. Laws need to be looked at differently, because you have people who got locked up at the age of 16 and 17 who still locked up today, and they're doing more time than their age, right? And even when we think back to disabilities, you have people who are incarcerated for making a decision that they weren't even cognitive enough to make. and it landed them behind bars. But what do the system do to help, right? I don't know, I think that laws have to be changed. A lot of us mentioned up here your upbringing, right? I mentioned my son. I don't even yell at my son because what am I teaching him? And who is the yelling gonna help? Is it more so for me? It's because I'm frustrated, right? Not because it's gonna change something he does. Because most of the time, when someone does yell at him, he's laughing. So I told everybody to stop yelling at him. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand. And I think again, a lot of the times people are getting in trouble for things that they don't even realize just took place. Mental health is real, right? So I think that needs to be looked into more. Mental health is one of the main issues. Emotional disabilities, right? A lot of people are dealing with emotional disabilities, but you're calling it bad behavior. ADHD, what is it? ADHD? I don't know. So I want the resources that you have too, but also I think we could just start there. People have to look at things a lot differently. Look at it from a different lens.
So yeah, when I look at politics, of course, I'm somebody who's very, very cynical. Very much like the criminal legal system is binary. You know, you have a choice between one candidate and another. It's always a winner or loser situation. And that's what it is. So, you know, we do have the right now to vote here in New Jersey, whether you're formerly incarcerated, whether you're on probation or parole, you're not precluded from voting. So I believe that's like 8,000 votes in the state currently. So, you know, I do go out and I tell formerly incarcerated people, system impacted individuals to vote, especially on the local level, because, you know, we pay taxes here. Our kids attend school, our nieces and nephews attend these school systems and things like that. So it's very, very important. But then there's always a level of vigilance. So we're also social justice activists. So we're always vigilant. So that means if that particular individual that we elected into office starts backtracking or doesn't do, then we're going to oust him. We now have a voice. We're no longer cowering away scared. So, you know, it's just important. So I definitely, you know, remain vigilant and, you know, we organize and mobilize around that. So what are our particular needs? What is going to benefit our particular demographic? How do your policies align with that? And how many of us are at your table? That's very, very important.
Yeah, just to add to that briefly, so we know that annually around 750,000 people are returned to society from incarceral space. Imagine if 10% of those people voted in a block. Maybe we wouldn't have Florida in 2000. Similarly, here in New Jersey, we have a really good thing going on, particularly here with regards to criminal justice reform, etc. But we also have significant issues in states like Louisiana, where they even reinstituted the firing squad. They brought back those archaic ways of punishing. Imagine what that would look like to see a human being unalived by firing squad in this era. What we have not yet done effectively, particularly people who are being directly impacted by these systems of oppression, is organized in a way that's meaningful, tangible, and extremely threatening, like Malcolm X in the scene from Spike Lee walking to the police station, standing in front of them, and executing power in silence. We're really good at screaming. We've become experts at hashtagging screams. No justice, no peace, no justice, no peace, thematically present for over 100 years. But if you move in silence, calculating, you could be APAC. I've never seen anyone from APAC walk the streets talking about no justice, no peace, but I have seen them move in silence and allow for something that's taking place overseas right now, where people are being unalived in mass. the same damn people who will not utilize $30 billion to fund a disabled community to elevate their status to that of being equal. That's the framework we're operating with. We have become so damn effective at screaming as opposed to actually organizing and utilizing each individual voice as a voting block. So if we're gonna be impactful, meaningful, strategic, it begins with saying, you and I have a common interest. Guess what? We're gonna vote the same. And this is the candidate we're gonna back because we sat down and spoke with them and told them that if you don't support what it is that we're upon, we're gonna vote your ass out next year. Straight and to the point. So we could sit here and have these academic excursions and be like, oh, this is great, we could film it, upload it onto YouTube, get a couple of likes, and repeat the process next year, another symposium, another grant gets funded, another Sawyer Seminar, another Mellon Foundation, let's keep doing it, let's keep having a good old time, and then when somebody's unalived in front of all of us, we're going to be screaming in the streets again, no justice, no peace, put on a t-shirt, put on a mural, and repeat the process. So if we really want to do meaningful, tangible work, support organizations like the Returning Citizen Support Group right here in Newark, New Jersey. We meet every Thursday at 32 Prince Street from 6 to 8 p.m. Pull up. Come learn from the people who have been directly impacted, and if you have the skill set to teach us how to organize, how to vote and block, you have contacts in the community, show us the way. Because I promise you will show up.
I'm sorry to end it there, but thank you to our panelists. I wish we could keep going, but a big round of applause. We're going to just take a short break while we set up the screen to watch Crip Camp. So please help yourself to food and the tables. We'll get started again in like 2 minutes.